Good morning. Well, I guess not morning, but it feels like morning to me. Hello, Raina. How you doing today? Hope everybody's having a good day today. We got stuff to do today. Stuff and things. I didn't connect my face tracking. Wish I didn't. I forgot. Well, I was almost fully prepared. Go. Thank you for the boot. Now we're having a lovely, lovely day. I think I have to redo my phone's calibration. I don't really know if I'm supposed to stay still for that one. I know for the special tracking I'm supposed to stay still, but I don't know if that's the case on the other one. Alright, we gotta update our task list for today. I gotta make like a little thing for myself in my Discord, my little brain Discord. I'm colder than your shoulder. There you go. Videoediting conf for every thorn. Actually, I grab it with you. Ba 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 ba. I wrote down what I was doing today. Over here. Enjoy my company. Won't you know my life's gonna feel like. Oop. There we go. So we got 3 things to work on today. I don't like that it goes off. I'll make the font a little bit smaller. 250. Oh. Minded if you gave me just a little bit of something. Alright. I don't really want to mess with that today, so I'll be fine. Ooh. There we go. Control R does not do the thing I thought it would do. Alright. We eventually enjoy my company. Oh, baby, was me once you know my life's gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream of your blue jeans dancing at the movies. Alright. I feel like I'm forgetting stuff. Oops. Boo, 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 boo. I want to play more Peak. I want to play more Peak. But I can't. Got work to do today. Ice cream, nothing else will feel rough. Why are you off? Ooh. I saw some Peak shorts. Don't know what is real or mod now. That is valid. That is valid. I don't personally play with mods a lot, so it's interesting to see people play with mods. Hi, Buster. Hello. Happy Monday. Let's see this one. I just realized I fucked something up. Thank you for the check-in. Happy to have you here. Alright, today we have, surprisingly today, or this week, we're doing a lot more like purses and necklaces. I'm a mod for Cheerful now. Fuck yeah! That makes sense. Congrats. I hope it's fun. we're doing the butterfly button choker first. Butterfly button choker. So the plan is I'm gonna be making the items themselves first. And then I think I'll modify them to be to the thing. Moving to Saskatchewan. I need to send the song to the subway. I need to send this to my friend because he lives in Saskatchewan and he's like, it sucks here. It's because I'm always there. That's valid. Yeah, no. Like, fuck yeah. I'm glad you can give support. I'm glad you could give support. Also, they stream good times, I feel like, in the morning, so. What was I doing? Oh, right. I need to... He talks about living in Saskatchewan. I can't. maincoow smile. Yes. Hold on, now I gotta look at the subway by Chappelle Road lyrics. We don't have a subway here. Oh, fucking shrug. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out which one would be the most. I feel like this one's pretty good in figuring out how I should do this. Just selection. That's fine, I can just re-download it. This one. This one was too blurry, right? Yes. Just gonna convert this into an image. I think I have to go to the restroom. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Enjoy the song. Okay, I'm back. I decided to not only go to the restroom, but also go on an escapade to find my hoodie. My selkie skin is what I call it. It's just this big, it's like a blanket hoodie. I really wanted it. But it's cool now. It's my safe space. Hi, movie! Alright, I'm pogging now. I got my selkie skin on. And now I'm pogging. Alright. Sorry about that. I really should be going to the restroom before stream, but I just forget. Oh, wrong one. Oop. Nope, wrong one. Hang on. It will load into the right one. Oh, alright, there you go. Oh, I did this wrong. Alright, a human dog bed? Understandable. I hope you enjoy. I do love my Pluffle as well. Like Jericho. I'm down like Jericho. Okay, so it seems like there's a heartbeat. And this, and then like, I'm just gonna do chain instead of do alternating chains. I'm gonna say this, but it'll take 20 days to get here. That's valid. If you got the off-brand Pluffle ones, they take longer to get there. I don't know what I want to start with. I think I'll just start with the crystals. I think is what I want to do. Oh my god. Alright, take this guy. Oh, we're just gonna bring this image back a bit. Twitch, don't you be funky. Hi, Sheppy! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. And this one, this one, bevel it. Actually, let's take the top and the bottom off. The vibe is broke. Oh, what the fuck? Let me get it. Let me do it. Why is the vibe broken? Run. Let me undo that. Hold on. You can have the confident vibes, Sheppy, but I will give you your points back. And vocal stim, you got it, buddy. 2 seconds. Oops.
Peanut butter jelly the long
way. Peanut butter jelly the long way.
Is that the Grim Reaper?
Apparently it do be. There you go. Alright, should be all squared away now. Oh. Oh, oops. I'm not having any errors. I'm not having any errors, I promise. At least not right now, since we're just doing... Oops. Since we are just doing... I don't know how to facet this. The other way I could facet this is actually doing it this way. Multiple 1. And then bringing these in. So it's rounded and then just making it hard edged. Does that look right? I think the top half needs to come down a little bit. It's hard to tell a lot of the times with these because the imagery is just so pixelated that it's kind of hard to tell whether I'm making the right shape or not sometimes. But I think I've gotten it overall because, yeah, I think it looks right. Boo, 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 boo. I think my only thing is I would want to make the horizontal smooth. Yeah. No, this is my D&D songs. You're taking from my D&D songs, stop it. Yeah! Mm-hmm. 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 Alright, there we go. Alright, do I want to do the heart? No, I want to do... Maybe for the wellness check, let me drink some water. And by water, I mean advancedgg. Also, I found out today that I was supposed to get a welcome kit. For being an ambassador of advancedgg, I was supposed to get a welcome kit. I never got one of those. So, I put that because, like, in the Discord, they have, like, a Discord now where they, like, can talk to the ambassadors through Discord. And I was like, I didn't get one. What we supposed to comment at? Because I didn't get one. I'll take it, Sibby. Call them up and get yo shit, dog. I think they just onboarded, I think, quite a few people when they onboarded me as well. And also they're doing the ambassador thing. But them doing the ambassador thing is, I think, in the Discord especially, is a bit new. So, like, I don't mind waiting a little bit, because they're getting their shit sorted, you know? I'm not that worried about it. I like their product, you know? My first real affiliate. So I'm pretty hype, you know, I don't mind waiting. Alright, and then this one gets hardened. This one gets hardened. I'm like deciding if I want to bevel this or not. I think I do. I'll bevel one. Put some holding edges on here. Oops. By the way, can you give me a heads up when the MC server is working again? Also, I hope you don't mind the graveyard I built near your house. I plan on moving it. Valid, yes, please move it. Let me look at it. Let me look at it really quick. Should be up. Did you update your mod pack? Did you update your mod pack? Yeah. It looks... Hold on. Restarting. Hold on, let me try to connect to the server myself. I didn't triple check it last night because it was so late by the time I did it. Let me fix it right now. I updated, unupdated, then re-updated. You should only need to update once. But let me look at it. Live. Select version. Okay, it should be on the latest version. Select version. Continue. Okay. It's downloading, so I'll let that run really quick together and hopefully it'll fix itself. I'm posted the error in the Lush Caves. Look at it. Lush Caves. The following mod versions do not match the same version of these mods. Mineral Delight? Let me check. Let me look. Is that one of the ones that are embedded in it? Mineral Delight. Okay. Updated. Open folder. Stop. Hold on. File manager. Mods. Here, let me just fix it, cause like there's double stuff now. Not this one, not this one, not this one. Game like you need a version 1. Yeah, no, that's valid. I think it's because some of them are doubled because I just slapped them in there, which was fine before. Hi Miyu, hi wife. But I think I just need to clean it up. If I clean it up, I think it'll be okay. Did you sleep well? BBP Forge. I don't know if those are different. Yeah, Forge 86. Trash. Botania. Common capabilities. Connected class. Crafting tweaks. I didn't update any of the create stuff. Critters and Companions 1.31. Critters and Companions 2.22. I slept okay. Slept on my shoulder. Oh, that's a mood. I keep sleeping on my shoulder and it's just not liking it. Like, I feel like my shoulder's like not in its socket and it kind of hurts. But I'll be okay. Where's the mine one? Mineral Delight. I got trash. Mods. Sort by name. Thankfully, I don't need my right arm much today till tonight. What? What you got planned for today? Where's my Mineral Delight 2.0? Okay, it was Mineral Delight that seemed to be the problem. Console start. Did some art, then Peach and I doing 7 Days to Die. Ooh, fun. Fun? I hope you have fun with that. Okay, and then play. Show. How is the contract good? Good. We're currently fixing the Minecraft server really quick, but the contract work is good. Today this week we're doing a lot more like accessories, like necklaces and earrings and stuff, which I don't really know how well that will go, considering I don't really do that kind of stuff. Like, I don't normally do like accessories, but I mean, it's not any different than anything else I've made really in the grand scheme of it, so I just gotta do it. Like, here, I'll send you the ref of the one I'm working on right now. Because it's, like, cute, but I'm like, goddamn. It's supposed to be a necklace, but apparently people somewhere it as a belt. They want it as a necklace, but this is a good way of me just, like, unfolding it first. And then, like, repositioning it to be on the neck. And it's, like, really cute. I just didn't expect me to be doing this. I thought it was just gonna be clothing. Yeah. So you can see how it's different than clothing. It's a cute one. Yeah. If it was, like, kind of ugly, I'd be like, you want me to do what? But it's actually kind of cute, so, like, I don't super mind. I just was like, one of their examples when I was doing, like, I was doing the art test, they didn't talk about doing accessories at all. So I wasn't expecting it, but again, it's not like I mind. So, oops. Clicking all the wrong buttons. Also, I'm excited to play Backrooms with you. It was very nice of Shebs. It means a lot. Soon I'll get you guys all the games. I'll get you guys all the games, and then we'll play all the games. 1, 2, 2, 2, and 2. Okay. I think these are like a moment stumpier though. I don't know what I just did. This one? So that should be able to work for these two then. I'll just delete these guys and then re-rotate it. There we go. And that's a bit more like it. And then they want... Minecraft server rocket. You say you Is it? Hi, Bex! Hi! How you doing? How you doing? I hope you're having a good Monday! Alright. There's this. What's the issue? These are gem stud 1. It's okay with it's my last day. Fuck yeah! It's okay if it's your last day. You eat lots of yummy food. These are petals. I can just kind of position this one here. What are they gonna do? Fire me? Exactly. Here, drop. Mid-eye. I'm sure they'll be a lot more lenient too because it's your last day, so. And also, it'd be silly for them to get mad at you on your last day when you've been late to work before, so. You've seen before. Tell me what's the issue. An issue you've seen before. Tell you why. What's an issue? Seen before. What's the issue? Pog? I kind of want to do... Can I do this? Oops. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now it kind of keeps its shape better. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep it like that. Mesh. Create. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Modify convert. There we go. I'm very interested how my brain's going to come up with how to make the texture. It's so small. So I don't know if there's a point in doing it the way I'm thinking. The difficult way of doing it. I think it uses the teardrop shapes to create the body of the butterfly though, so we will do that. Like here. Make it smaller. Turn it around. Alright, and then these ones, I'm just gonna scoot them. This should be here. These should be shorter though. No, those are fine. Yeah, and then I think that's fine. And then all we gotta do is make the heart. And this is the butterfly. Oh, my mouse died. I also want to see what the message looks like. The error, or the pickup message looks like. I'm gonna stay in the server for a little bit. I should UV these. Well, it's fine. And that one, that one. The other ones are like chains. And then I mean, I could do it. Hold on. Okay. Edit, delete, type history, increment, and save. I need Taurus. And Taurus. 9, I think. And then radius. No, this was fine. Actually, I think we need 8. There we go. Hello, pixels. Happy Monday. Hey, Wayne, you remember when like you haven't watched my stream for that long? Huh? What? Wayne!
Bam,
Bam, bitch! Oh shit! 2 years! 2 years, let's go! 4 years? 12 months? 24. Oh, you're right! 4 years! Oh shit, I can't do math. Well, thank you so much for the 4 years, Pixels. I love you. Shit, I can't do math. You do that. You do that coming into this that I couldn't do math. 2 fucking years my ass. Oh, I should move that. Sound alerts. Let's move that to over here. The top right. There we go. What they say? I think that one was right. So it should be like this 3. Running. That's totally what? Cool. Hi, Taylor! Happy Monday. Welcome on in. Multiple. Why did the Spotify just break? There you go. I don't know why Spotify broke, but I got you. I think that's pretty good. I think the only problem is that it's too smooth. Are y'all winning, son? I'm doing my best. You are, I'm doing my best. Delete this one. I like the vibe of this song. There we go. Were there any more requests, or was I pushed to the top? There wasn't any more requests. Spotify was just acting weird. I was just listening to music normally. You're okay.
Father, help!
Ah! Why? Why? Smile. Oh, I wanna check something with my VTube studio. Remember seeing yep. My brain. This time to see if I could save stuff. Yes. I guess not. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then they have like a. One's more like a circle. I don't really want to make that one, but I will. Mm-hmm. 9.5. Nope. 1.5. 2. About 4. I think that's right. Okay, maybe not. Maybe 2 was correct. Okay, there we go. Yo, Elaine, how's working? Working is going pretty good. How are you doing? Currently just trying to make some accessories. Oh. This one. There you go. I'm vibing about to work on some stuff as well. Fuck yeah, thank you for the head pat. I hope it goes good, and I hope you can vibe while we vibe. I want the message to go off. On the Minecraft server. Also, my door is open. Okay. Okay, and then how does it do that? How does it do that? Oh, it has like another one. Oh, it has another one. Oh. But then it has like a horizontal one on top. Legs have to work for the drink. Hold on to the edge of the sink, and then I hold me down, baby. I know how to sink. Oh, just to last forever. Edge. Nope, give me edge. Currently fishing another comment, starting a new batch for the week. Fuck yeah. I also have a new batch to work on this week as well. I'm get fucking sad. Go a little harder. Read something stronger. I shouldn't complain. I got sex and drugs and time, but I should have a brain. It's a side effect of my age, cause I'm so overstimulated. Feel a thing wrong. You don't understand. Go a little harder. Oops. I think these are like a little bit smaller. Oh, these both are a little bit smaller. And let me just scoop. And then this. Oh. Reset. Oop. Okay, gotta go. I love you. Love you. Have a wonderful stream. Have a wonderful stream over here. There you go. It's fine. Alright. I think now we got it. UV editor. Nope. UV editor. UV camera based. Hi, Kiwi! Hi, Kiwi, how are you doing? UV camera based. There you go. Thank you for the lurk. Having to murder at work, no problem. I didn't ask about alarms. Okay, actually, UV. What? Oh. I should realize I was doing this wrong, but that's okay. It all just depends on how you do it. Mesh. Transfer attributes. Oh, my brain! My brain! I don't know. And then we're going to combine this. And this will be chain start. And we'll hide that. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna go back to here. We still have to make the heart and the gem. How does it sit on the neck? It is a choker, okay. Okay, ratio, curve, circle. Choker? Hardly know her, damn. I don't know. It'd be more fun that way. Thank you for the whack, Wacky. How's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Alright, where's the reference? Okay, so we have to change start. But I'm starting to be a lot smaller. Yeah, probably. Okay. Mom. There you go. Alright. Alright, small enough. Just got home from D&D. One of the players brought their cute dog, so many barmaids came over to pet the dog and made DMing a challenge. Still a lot of fun. How's your day going? I'm glad. I hope that, you know, even though it was attraction, cute puppers, always cute puppers. I'm having a pretty good day though. I'm just working on some contract work right now, making some fun fashion accessories. Oops, that's not where I'm supposed to go. Okay, that's about where it needs to go. Yes. Now I can just... I think that's enough. Like this one. And then mesh combine. Now deform curve wrap. That didn't do the thing I found. Where's it going? Is it because it needs to be down here? And that's how you do it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so... 8. Eight's actually really fucking good. I think I'd do more like 9 though. What about 10? 10 be okay? Oh, this one's like rough. This one I can fix. And then... Oof. Oh, this thing got really fucked up, huh? Boop. It's okay. Reset. There we go. We can combine. Is that how it looks on the neck? It's a lot thicker, I think. Fuck. It so is. Reset. It's so much chunkier than I thought it was. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Let's do just. Alright, let's start with this guy. It's a bit more based on where the wings are, I think. Yeah. And then here's the hanging jump. I rotate this and bring it forward. Okay, and then we do the flower. Okay, why isn't this always on top? Boop. There we go. It's actually pretty chunky, so actually this needs to be bigger. Yeah. And then there's another one right here. And then I just have to put a heart here. And then I gotta mirror the gem studs. Yeah. Actually, those are like the same, so I don't know why I'm acting like they're different. A bit smaller. And then this one goes here. There we go. Reset. Freeze. Yep, that's correct. Oops. Transformations, -1, perfect. Okie dokie. Butterfly necklace. Feels much heavier than this, so I feel like I need to modify this just a little bit to be more like this. Always modify hang jam. Need to be rotated a bit more like this. Thank you for the song request. This one. Need to hide the head. Oh, never mind. Let me do the torso. Torso. Okay, no, that looks good. Alright, now this is very chunky comparatively. And have it a little bit bigger. Yeah. Maybe that's enough. Fine. There we go. Let's see. That's about as chunky as we wanted, I think. But with my calculations, it's just not long enough. Also, oh, that's great. Cool. Maybe like 3 more, and then combine. Correct. Oh, okay. Let me try this just one more time. Oh boy. It's got to be on the x-axis. It's kind of annoying, but it's okay. Let's do 10. What if we did 9? 8. Let's see. 8. Okay. Let's see, hide this. Maybe circularize it. I'm gonna be super in and out today because I have a shift. I have to do a shift and a bunch of paperwork and pack up my whole life over the course of 2 days. You're totally fine, Bex. Thank you for letting me know. That way, if I miss you, I'll know why I miss you because you're busy. But I hope that, you know, it's exciting nonetheless. You are excited for your new journey in life. So I remember when I was packing for college, I was excited. Nervous, but excited. There you go. I'm super, but also a little stressed. Understandable, but it's gonna be a great time. It'll be new, and it'll be great. Don't you worry your butt took us about a thing. Volume. Alright, now I gotta redo this one. Which means I gotta modify the rotation just a bit. There we go. Perfect. Yeah. Oh my god. Please. Ooh. And then this. Ooh. And this is gonna be sound selection surface. Surface. There we go, and then so rotate this a little bit so it's symmetrical. There we go. Chain whip. This will go up here. I'm gonna hide that. Hide this. And then this is where we start. So the chain. And this is the butterfly. This is what we're starting matching the butterfly onto it. There we go. Oop. It's like just barely off. I think it's gonna. Yeah. I'm just gonna make sure all of these are sitting on it. Oh, the message should have gone off. Nunu is cleaning up the floors. Okay, that works. But I don't know if the other thing worked. Did it say the thing? It didn't seem to have run, so I will wait another hour to see if it goes. Thank you for that, Pat. Oh, I forgot one. Oops. Early dances. I wonder if it's all for you. I wonder maybe when it's our time to. Thank you for the song request. Ooh, good song, good song. Need you. I wanna love the fingers I can't perceive. I love the way you can't stop. Ever wonder if it's all for you. I love the things I can't perceive. I love the way you can't stop. Ever tell me if it's time to. Win it, I'm not to know. Win or lose. Just like you. Far more risky than anything I ever knew about you. There are more reasons why I would somebody new. Just like you. Okay, now I just need to make the heart. Edit, deal with the history, increment and save. Thank you. And then there's also an orb, but I can just have an orb. Ta-da! Okay. Oops. Big. Sensation. Be your best friend on the West End. Ordinary. There's more than ordinary. I like that it started playing the other song. What is my crossfade at? Joining flying from it due to join on others. I know what my crossfade is. Crossfade. Crossfade is 1 second. That's crazy. Okay, so I just need. There we go. Oh, cool. I didn't know they did that for all songs. What is happening? Two vertices, two vertices. Maybe this side or this side. It's gonna be this side. Combined. There you go. No! What has happened? Alright, we actually do need to do. I actually need to split this up. Wow! 1! Not 211! What the fuck? I said 1! Alright. And this one can go here. And then connect. How does that look? Perfect. Look at the song request. Bump a Jagged. I like the name of that song. Whoop. Where's the middle weird? Might have seen a Pokemon commercial by them. Bump a Chicken, interesting. Yeah, the vertices didn't merge. Or did they? Six is correct. Oops. There you go. Alright, now why are you being weird? Be weird. Okay, and now one here. That's good. No. There you go. Ooh. Okay, I fixed it. Once. First. Smooth. And this was the heart. History free center pivot. This is the butterfly necklace. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I went way too far up, I see. Oh, bang! Cheerful! Welcome on in! How was your stream? What were you making? Bon appetit, maincoow. We stated a delightful crocheted appetizer now ready for an exquisite dishwashing entree. A co-working flavor that dances with a palate simply exquisite. Welcome on in. Hello, Buster. Hello, Cheerful. Hello, gang. Welcome on in. We're just doing a bit of contract work, making some fashion. Bubble Chicken is the one that made the Dungeon Meshy song? Oh, I didn't know this. I know that beginning instrumental piece. But I hope you had a wonderful time. And I hope you have a good time here. If you need to go pick up your bacon bits or go hang out with your bacon bits, no problemo. We'll be here hanging out. You know, we're just vibing. Making necklaces. This is the start of our day. Oh, I'm gonna be back there. Alright, there you go. Stream sound stuff. Stream sound stuff first half, then working on pumpkin swing in the second half. How are you? That sounds fun. Pumpkin swings. That sounds fun. I'm doing good. Just making some fashionista items for job, for my worky work. Up that a little bit. There we go. And then they need the orb. The hanging orb. I wanted an orb. Let me hide this image. Orb. Orb. Where orb go? Orb go here. Correct. Orb go there. So now I just gotta make sure not inflict with model, conflict with model. It does not. But it is as small as the flower, so let's just make it a little bit smaller. I will make this like kind of like go on the chain though. Nice. I'm just gonna. I feel like I'm forgetting something. No, I guess I'm not. Weird. Ooh, VODs. Hi, Noble! How's it going? How you doing, buddy? How ya doing? Web BZ. I don't know who this is, so I'm just gonna go to my wife. I've been hella busy. Busy good, busy bad. Busy good, busy bad. But I'm glad you've been busy. Well, gotta run. Can't be late for special time with the youngest at 3:45. Have a great rest of your stream. Have a great rest of your day, babe. Cheerful. Thank you for hanging out until the bacon bits. I say hello. Just want to turn the fan on. Turn the fan on. Get some air moving in here. It's a mixed bag. Not gonna lie. Quit the job. Figuring out life from here. Understandable. I hope it's a good time, you know? To find yourself. To find parts of yourself, you know? Ooh, UV camera based. It's a big leap in life, but yeah, I can spend more time with my moms. Fuck yeah. We love mama. We love mama. Eh. It's so hard to see because the camera keeps clipping. Hold on, let me change the camera clipping. Let's see. Ear clip. What's better? Better than one mom? Two moms. Correct. Correct. This is correct. I'd have to agree with this. I'm happy. It's my problem. It's my problem. Satisfied with a new age life. This one needs to do modify. Smooth. Smooth. Wait, it did it right? Oh. Yes, it did. Cool. I'm not because it's my problem. Camera based. It's my problem. I have the need to hide. Shall this one be satisfied with an average life? Unfold orange layout. Mesh. Transfer attributes. History freeze. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. This one's the next one. UV editor. Inside. Outside. We do this one, we do the middle one, and we do the end one. And we read it from here. Satisfied with an average life. Alright, let me go here. Transfer attributes. History. UV camera based. And we just cut these ones. These ones are just very simple. We just cut these ones in half. Not to be too complicated. And then mesh. We'll be editing and lurking. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time editing. Know that we love you here, and if you need anything, just let us know. And shows layout. There we go. Let's see, what else do we need? Oh, we need the smaller golden chains, that's correct. Which I'm hoping I can just do with a singular plane because it is so fucking tiny. I gotta look at how it sits on the neck. In your mouth. Alright, so we have this one. There we go. I'm gonna hide this one in here. And then we need the base geometry. I think I need to restart my Maya. There we go. Base geometry, there we go. Put in your mouth. Oh, this can like come in more. Bring it forward. Up. I think if I could reset freeze transformations, I could just mirror this one and get pretty damn close. Okay, so I'm wanting a few things. Okay. First thing is that this one actually attaches here into the heart. So it actually needs to go over here. Shut your mouth. This one goes here. If it let me say, oh no, I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking, you 6 feet ain't so far down. This guy, and then we're gonna reset. Bring him here. And then bring him down here. Hi, Rhino! Also, sorry I didn't say this before. I had kind of a busy weekend, but thank you. Thank you. Now I can watch all the stuff. And I have no excuse not to at this point. Also, hope you're having a good Monday. It's so far down. 6 feet from the edge and I'm again. 6 feet. It's so far down. It's so far down. But now follow me. I believe it's something there for you. Please go far with me. I believe it's something like for you and me. You and me, you and me. Here we go. And then this one goes here. 6 feet from the edge. And... oh my god! That pissed me off! 6 feet from the edge when I was looking. Maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. But now I'm sleeping on the edge. Okay. 6 feet ain't so far down. Okay. Let me think. Let me think. How do I want to do this? Let's do BBC. Okay. Oops. Well. BBC underscore main chain. Oh, BBC. Nope. It has to be main chain. This one, 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 this one. Oh, won't you stay with me? 'Cause you're all I need. It's clear to see. Actually, I'm not so much you. I will look on self-control. But won't you stay with me? You're all I need. Now this will be this. Stay with me. Cause you're all I need. 'Cause I love it's clear. I don't understand you. Stay with me. 'Cause you're all I need. Alright. Sphere or cube. Strategy. It's up to me. UV camera based. Objects. I'm fucking tweaking. I feel like you're just rage baiting me. Why? What happened? What's the matter? What happened? What happened? And delete all my type history, increment and save. Every mechanical failure that could happen when cooking did. You know what that means? You burn it all. I'm kidding. You just be so a bit frazzled today because it's your last day and you have a lot of stuff going on. So don't take it too much to heart, okay? It might just be happening because it's a day where you're doing a lot of stuff. What is next? I'm wondering if this would work. Hold on, I want to check the server for something. Okay. Damn it. Okay, that works. I want to strap my timers to a nuclear bomb like they did the world. God damn. God damn. It'll be okay. It's all gonna be okay. Thank you, Sheppy. Don't you know? I want to make sure this command works. Okay. That works. Okay. It should all work. Increment and save. Alright, what am I doing next? I'm doing this one next. Actually, no, I want to do the earrings next. I'm trying this one. Apparel. Needed. Save. What's that? Your problems, your day jobs, the time you find out. No, I mean to do that. I just wanted to fix my house really quick. Oh, God damn it. I'm in Minecraft, so I just want to do a little bit of Minecraft. My house is too dark. Put some torches. I don't think there's spawn in here. Oh, Maniac, okay. File, open recent. Island, pornography, choking chicks and sodomy. Toya apparel. Heated ribbon earrings. This one. File. Apparel. Heated ribbon earrings. Alright, we don't need that. I like this one. This one feels more symmetrical. These are earrings. So you can't get EP. It's only been I'm always EP Sheppy. Sheppy, it don't matter what time of day it is. I'll always be EP. Don't worry, that doesn't mean we're gonna stop streaming anytime soon. We have plenty of things to do today, so there's no can't stop, won't stop today, you know? We'll probably, at the end of the day, we'll probably be streaming until like 11 p.m. If I'm honest. If I'm honest. Shit, you get on your TV. Pardon the barter, have you opened your inventory while in creative mode since the update? I've been running tests to see if they crash on. Yeah. Yeah. I was just in creative. Oh. Oh. It did crash it though. I wonder why. Let me look at it. View logs. Yeah, I'm at Sim. Let me send this to Sim. It's the unusual delights mod? What's up with it? Is it not? It doesn't happen in single player? It might be a server thing then. Let me check. Okay, wait. I should have just done this in the first place. Okay, hold on. No, it's probably just because it has duplicates. I just didn't want to deal with it last night. Nice chat. Top visual workbench. The top one. Let's visualize the top one. Visual furniture. Top one. This one. Stop. Get a drink. Throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. This one. Tetra. I'm tired. No problem. Thank you for letting me know. Structure essentials. Structory. Storage drawers. Forge jar. I think these are different. But babe, I'm fine. I was eating meaty my. Up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. Skin layer 3D. Plastic. Resource. Rechiseled. That's different. Foods. Shadow. This one. My modern fix. Root integration, so that's different. Let's do. Delete all the duplicate let's do's. This one. This one. Oh. Yeah. Hamsters, goblin traders. That's right? No, this one. That's my busy from protect one. These two, this one, these two, this. That one. The song always reminds me of Elaine's Cooking for the Soul, different Elaine. Interesting. I was gonna say, I don't cook for the soul. I mean, I wish I could. I mean, I make sweets, but I wouldn't call that for the soul. Okay, options. Minions and Critters 1.20.1, 2.33. This is the older one. Ooh, that's cool. Alright. Server needs to do some D. For the income. And then we just gotta check the unusual. You know what I think is the problem? We updated unusual delight, which means that the food that Wacky had before might just be broken because it's not from the newest update. I could see that. I don't have any food. It's preloaded in the creative menu. That's why you crashed. Okay, I have an idea. Hold on. I want to try something. No one's ever told you. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it. No. Because now what it's doing is it's downloading the mod pack itself. So hopefully as I update, it will, instead of having duplicate files, which I think is the problem, it will just have the most current files. So let's see if that fixes it. In the meantime, I will load my Minecraft. Wacky, were you saying... Wait, let me hold on. It doesn't happen in single player. Okay, then that's probably a mod thing, the server thing. So I will just wait for the server to re-download the mods. A dragon attacked me just as the server went down. Lol, wish me luck. It might despawn by the time you come back. So I think it's Dew files or Google said it could be. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to fix it. Yep. Okay, cool. And no one's ever told you. Why is my computer lagging? Don't do that. Anyway, I tried to get all the facts before reaching out for help. Thanks again for doing this fast. Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming and me fixing the Minecraft server go hand in hand. Like, yeah, I have other stuff to do, but like equal importance in my opinion. No. Reset. I'm gonna move this back. I did not. Oops. Yeah, hopefully the server will restart and then it will be good. I wanna know. That or I either fucked up the server, so I just read the wow, you're a tech whiz right as I said that. I guess we'll find out, you know? Guess we will find out if I either broke the server or the server's okay. I think it'll be fine. I'll test the bug when it comes online. Yeah, if you want, I'm also gonna get online because my Minecraft is loading. It should be okay though. I want to say, I don't know. We'll see if this way of doing it is better, because when I noticed it, I was like, oh, maybe it would be better. I just started getting. I hope I didn't. I just got started to building 2. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna reset everything. If it does, I'll jump. I won't, but you know. Your idol. Check. Virgin's types don't match now. Huh? Mythic weapons and insects recrafted. Okay, hold on. Voice gets me. Let's see, you said mythic weapons? Mythic weapons is on 1.03, 1.21. Yeah. Oh, so they just don't have it. Why? Why? Mods. Okay, I'll just add them. Not that big of a deal. Because that's so weird, because like it downloaded the mod pack, so it's kind of confusing that it just didn't have the mods. Unless it wasn't done. Were you done downloading stuff? It seems like it. Okay, so mythic LM. Mythic weapons 1.03. Yep. This one goes here, and then the insects recrafted. Insects recrafted. Also, you're the host. Change the server icon. What? What? What are you talking about? Oh, that's because I probably changed it. That makes me sweat, actually, because I might have reset. Oh, fuck. Oh. I'm sure it'll be fine. No, don't say that. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. I'm about to shit my pants. Please don't say that. Oh my god, if that happened, I'm gonna shit myself. I clicked the option to not do that. Never mind. Oh my god. And that's my really like K-pop movie. I do like that movie. Still starting. Still starting, okay. I'm just gonna poop my pants. Girl, out of my veins. I don't think you're ready for the takedown. That's a takedown. Who things don't deserve to live? It's so odd. I don't download them. They are natively hosted on the site that we use, though. That's a good idea. Where's the tools? Oh, there it is. Backups. You know, only delete zero. Yeah, I know that. Let me just export this really quick. Let me just export. Let me just export that really quick. Okay, does it seem fine now, Wacky? Change server icon. I forgot how to do it. Oh, I have to restart the server again. It's loading, but it seems to be working. Okay, you let me know. I'm gonna do one more restart when you're done testing. Icon on PNG, converter, file. Navigate to the file manager in Pebble and delete the existing image. It's gonna bug me. Server icon, delete. Can it? Oh fuck, I forgot what I was supposed to call it. It's working, cool. I'm gonna do one more reset. Server's up and no crash. Pog. I'm just gonna restart it one more time. That's to fix the icon. So that's gonna piss me off. Alright, should be all good though. Thank you, Wacky. Yeah, not as slick as the old icon. That's what I'm saying. The Pebble hosting one is just like, cause like that's just the server that it gets hosted on. That's like the service that we use. But I like the one I made. Cause it's cuter. Help, the dishwater machine has two. No! Thanks to your hands. Are you okay? Are you okay? You want kisses? Do you need platonic kisses for your boo-boo? Or are you just gonna be like, duct tape them and be like, I got this? Both are very understandable. An auto collab? It is! With Imagine Dragons. I'm good. It's not enough to give me a burn, but it stings. That's understandable. Sounds heckin' painful. G-A-K-E, take me to the Oh no, this was go down, right? Yeah. Did I do this wrong? I did do it wrong. What's happening is not what I expected to be happening. No friends, not emotional. I wish he had more lines in it, but still pretty good. I Washin Dishes for that very reason. My nan taps would come out near boiling as a child. Next level heater, and no, I cannot use a little cold. I like using hot stuff. I think it's nice. You better be fixing. I do not want to see that icon. You better not be being a bitch right now. Why did the icon not change? Did the icon not change? About to piss me off. You better not. Where'd the server icon go? I'm gonna keep restarting the server till the server icon is in there. Right there. Less than a minute. Restart. I'm sorry. We're gonna keep refreshing until that icon changes. Because it's gonna piss me off. I did not go through all that work to make that icon for it not to use it. About piss me off. Antidepressants. We're feeling good today. How does this look? No, it does go up and out. Okay. I was a dishwasher once. I feel that. Sorry, I don't know why, but when you said that, I imagined the dishwasher from the Robots movie. And I thought you meant it like that. Not now realizing that you didn't mean it like that you were a dishwasher, like as in the role, and not a robot that is a dishwasher. My bad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7. Oh, but it was every day. Okay, I get it, but also we're gonna change this just a little bit. I also have a dishy, but we don't have one here on the weekday, so I have to do it a lot. Oh, I would do it for you. If I could, I would just do it for you. I like washing the dish. How do you know I wasn't a robot? Ooh, you're right. You could have been. You totally could have been. My bad. I'm sorry for assuming that you weren't. It's in my world. On my man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. I like this song and making count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. I dated a really pretty girl for a month in college. She was a cleaner and a dishwasher. We joked that she had a face of a 19-year-old, but hands of 17. Damn! Why didn't it change? Why didn't it change? Hold on. Why is it not changing? Yeah, that's a server icon. Wacky, is the server icon not changing for you either? No, that's where it's supposed to go. You mean you have to restart your game? Okay. I think it's cached. Oh, that would make sense. Okay. I would download a car, actually. That's fair. Honestly, that's really fair. I think I don't know some of these. Oops. I think I like that. Okay. One. You wouldn't download 10 terabytes of files you're never going to use, would you? Hey, does it have boobies? Cause maybe. One, two, three, four, five. Reset. Roll. Yup, totally vexed. Yeah, I totally agree. We're never getting that mod. I don't even know what does that mod even do? Like functionally? Like what does it even do? No, it still hasn't changed. I'm so upset right now. Why is it not changing? I need to refresh my thing. What about a Valentine's special? For like... For like... $20 maybe. For $20 maybe. Maybe I have to re-add the server. This one. Hold on. Just googled it. The first line of the website, the dating mod 1.21, also known as it would be for a single player world. I wouldn't put it on the server. I think it's literally adds prostitution in Minecraft. Okay. I mean, not have any mechanics? No mechanics? I don't just want to have sex. I'm still not changing it. I'm so upset right now. Because now it's just saying it's the default Minecraft one. Which is upsetting. Server. It has a server icon. Doesn't matter, hats. But also says I'm disconnected. This is so odd. What does it mean that it says you're disconnected? Because it says you're connected on my side. Yeah, it says you're on. This song a dub? I guess so. I don't really know. Just kind of played whatever. I will ask him, can you look at the Minecraft server and see if I fucked it up? The icon won't change to what I want, and I think it's fine, but okay. Okay, fix the bug. What was it? What happened? UV camera based. Show. Really should be. My voice model was spamming, changing between devices, and it was throwing. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, that's good to know that that can happen. Hold his eyes. Something don't feel right. I accidentally deleted something back here. So. Large bow. Small bow. Number 2, small strand. Large bow. 1. There we go. Something don't feel right. Don't feel right. Large string 1. Hold his eyes. Hold his eyes. Because something don't feel right. Okay, and then I need. I just want to make a chain, to be honest. So if I did do. Let's turn this on. This is the beaded earring. Okay. Shut up. Just gonna make this guy. This goes up here. Shut up. And then if I just turn this one around. And this one. Mirror X. Hey Link, guess what mod I found for Halo Reach, my favorite Halo game? Jenny mod? By chance? Or is it a Spinosaur? Like a Spinosaur mod? Those are my bets. Either Spinosaur or Jenny. Found a tactical overhaul? Okay, well that's a lot better than I was. That's more, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But fuck yeah, I hope you have fun with it. It's so fucking peak, hog. I'm happy. I hope you have lots of fun with it. Ooh. Need a little rain cloud. I think I'll be okay. The second I opened it, I knew it was gonna be fire because it gave all the Noble team member camos. Ooh. Sounds fancy. This bugs me. There we go. There you go. You wanna rock it with you cry. How I even turn. 5. Let's do 2. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna make these a chain. There we go. Modify, convert, smooth. Oops. Let's delete these guys. Check this a little bit more. I'll just add these guys up here. Reset. This is shoved up in here. A brand new person. New person. There we go. UV editor, UV camera based. I want that middle. And then mesh. Actually, no. This one can go on this one. This one, and this one, and this one. This one's gonna be different. It's gonna be here. Here. There we go. And then mesh. There you go. Okie dokie. Alright, and then 4. And then everything that's large. Large. OB. Roll. Make this right. Roll. Oops. So small and small, and then this one gets pink pearl. Pink pearl will be pink. Oh, VODs. Okay. UV shell. Actually. This will be metal. UV shell. Windows, rendering hypershade. Sign. And then dynamic. So everything should have it. These ones are blank. Chain link 7. This is just a teaser. Must be the sisters, Mr. Coco. This will be the this is the heart. This is the tear. We're just gonna call these pearl. Pearl bead. Okay. Let's see. The only ones left are these ones. Yeah, body and body. Alright. Edit, delete all type history. Hope you have a fellow window rendering hypershade. Someone then thank you in the notes for their order. Aw, yay! That's good. Dun, dun, dun. So the object TV show. Nails like mascara. They check from a napalm era. Cute and savage. The bed is us. Hello. Pog. Increment save. Close it all. Combine history 300 pivot. This is the beat it. Export tutorial. Beat it ribbon. Sure. Sometimes I'm so I love her. What am I supposed to say here? Too busy. You go home, tell me why. Why can't you live at home to stay with me inside? You belong to. Only I wish I could make it tonight. Alright, that one's done. And now I need to do, what's the next one? Close group now. Save and jazz. This one. Apparel. Butterfly sound thing. Save. I bet I don't know where to go. I lay here instead. I gotta go to the bathroom! Christian they are, oh my god. I see an image of it. Ew. Ew. Oh, these are a lot of them. Oh, open the tab. Open the tab. I want to see images of it. No, that's the one I have isn't bad. Ask a message though. Then I'll go to the restroom. And then we'll get working on the last one. Oh, Slack. This one. I'm back and I draw my food. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'll eat it for you. I'll get on the floor. I'll eat it. Don't worry. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I have to go to the restroom though. I'll be right back. I'm sorry about your food. Okay, I'm back. It is fucking humid. It's like cool, but it's humid. Alright. I'm back. We can try this on. Alright. This one. Ooh, this one. But when the reckless fever last struck her, I tease her, thought I'd never be her. But this time you've done on me, sir. And broken bodies in my mouth, all the time. As it is to be a love-struck girl. To be found. In a reckless fever, love-struck girl, I tease her. I'd never be her. What the job you've done on me, sir. Bodies, mine, I love you. Time you my love. What course it is to be strong. Yours go for you. Reckless fever, love-struck girl, I tease her, but I'd never be her. What the job you've done on me, sir. Floating bodies in my mind, supporting for time you take them for the world. The worst it is to be a struggle. You saw her in the rightest way, looking like an half away, while you walked to the bed and cried, and cried. And then she came up to my knee, begging, baby, would you please do the things you said you do to me, to make me old and to kiss me on the mouth, like I say. That's my favorite. Oops. Love made fingers to her mouth, kind of thing that makes you proud, but nothing else. Oops, I want one. Maybe I've tried other things, but nothing can replace the love that she holds out. Don't believe in God, but I believe in your Savior. Save some ads. Yep, I might have broken power. As I expected. For till I found her, I found her without her. Wow, it's 21. I think 15. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, I think 15 was the last. Yep. I should probably do this one. 47? 47. Which artist are we going to today? I think Archivist. Yeah, cool. 12. Let's see, when would that get posted? It's 200. Sunday, say. Okay. Sure. It's a last week. I mean, it's a last week of August. I think it'll be fine. 23. Spicy. Oops. I just woke up from a dream. Know what it all means. The world is to you. Ooh, their model is made by Suka. Oh, they use this one. Oh, very cute. Okay. Spicy Baker. Advanced. What do you want to do? Escape the back rooms. Is that what we want to do? Do I not have any other ones from Key Miller? Mongol? This looks like a Honkai Star Rail knockoff. I don't think it's the same one though. Same company? Well, it could be. It looks very similar. Cheapest stars. Oh, I forgot. We were pre-approved for Bendy the Bendy Lone Wolf, which is another part of the Bendy and the Ink Machine series. So he wouldn't follow me up the stairs, but I'm here now. Welcome, welcome. Hypermarket Simulator. What the fuck is this? Meh. I'll browse. My money grows on trees doesn't look real. Moving to looting and shooting. This is cute. What's this about? Oh, this is cute. It's like a 2.5D. That's cool. Frog Galaxy. Fantasy 2. I wanna be next to you. I think we'll stick with Escape the Backrooms. But let me make sure I haven't done that one yet. Okay, I haven't. Okay. Okay, there's two of them. What's the difference? I don't understand the difference. So I played this one. This one has procedurally generated stuff. Yeah, cause there's Shem's got me escape the backrooms escape together, and I have escape the backrooms, and I was like, what the fuck is the difference? But it looks like backrooms escape together is a procedurally generated one, so we'll do that one. Dude, that sounds cooler to me. Even though my first time playing it will be Friday, it'll be fine. It'll be okay. Okay. Is that everything? I already did this one. 30. I need a new club clip for this week, though. 15. The club clips 15 will depend, though, on if I want to. This one's a maybe. That one's gonna be a maybe, just because I don't know if I'm gonna want to do that this week, considering there's a bunch of stuff that I want to do. Like, I want to start animating our lore, or my lore video, and my new stinger. So I kind of want to prioritize that over making clips right now. I think there are so many clones just to confuse you, because one is definitely more popular. Yeah. Yeah, are you rendering? I'm not rendering. Am I lagging? Am I lagging? Is lagging happening? Let me look at my computer. What the fuck is taking up so much of my CPU? Why is my CPU at 50%? Oh, it's probably because of OBS. No, I think I just have a lot of things open that I can close. Oh, I need that. Is this okay? Are we good now? Are we okay? Did I fuck something up? Are we okay? Okay, no, please. hope we are okay now. I'll do this one. No, it wouldn't. I'll be this one. No. Mirror. Nice pixels is my stream. Can they open in the background? Oh, I was downloading Backrooms. That's why. Oops. Stop it. Go back. Fix yourself. Fix yourself. Fix yourself. It stopped downloading, please. It stopped downloading. I swear, it stopped downloading. It stopped. No, stop lagging. Stop it. Stop. My bad. Alright, we're fixed now. My bad. I forgot that I was downloading fucking Backrooms. My bad. Apologies, my friends. Sent those few minutes ago before refreshing. Oh, okay. Thank you guys. So much love. Yeah, we're good now. I was downloading Backrooms. My bad. My bad. Your model is stuttering. Is it good now? Are we good now? It's probably because I was downloading that game. Whoops. It's true. Okay, thanks, Pixels. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why it was gonna be okay for me to just download a game on stream. Backrooms isn't that small. My bad. Won't you forgive the silliest of cacaos? Oops. Gotta add data speed cap to Steam if you want to do that, so it doesn't try to overwrite Steam stream. That's valid. I wasn't thinking about it, honestly. I'm gonna be more careful next time. I don't usually download games on stream unless they're small. There we go, it's live again. Hello. Sorry about that, chat. You know what I mean? For like happen. Oh, I see what my brain is figuring out. Hold on. You know, I'm trying to multitask. It's true. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I downloaded it. I'm not gonna play it till Friday because I'm gonna be playing it with Miu. That's why I downloaded it, but I'm not gonna be playing it until Friday. So, me. if I have had. Ew, what the fuck did I do? Oh, I'm gonna start shooting fall fox that you want. Any kind you want? No, any's fine. I don't have a specific requirement for the type. Just as long as they're fun. You know, shock factor is always good. But could be wholesome, doesn't really matter. Yeah, I fucked up. Alright, let's duplicate this guy. And pretty sure to show I got away from something wrong. Until it's me. And I'm this girl, I'm having fun, pushing on. Oh, I did need that. Fuck. Oops. Baby, how you? Okay, and then edge, move. I'm watching Rudy Rocks, the new anime I showed you with the thick college girl. Oh yeah, how is it? Is it good? I keep forgetting that it's like out. Is it good? Do you like it? I finally caught up on Dawn to Dawn last night. So now I'm thinking about doing Apothecary Diaries. I revived my childhood passion for geology. Yeah, I used to like geology a lot as a kid as well. My grandpa sparked that because he was going to be a geologist, but life happened. So he never got to be one. But he still told me a lot of rock facts. Very cute. Episode 7 came out yesterday. Cute. What? What did I just do? What? Huh? Oh, man. I have done goofed. Oh. There you go. A couple scenes might make you blush or giggle. Awesome. You know, Kiwi, when you start your TikTok channel, you should just recommend anime. You should do like an anime and manga recommendation like weekly or monthly. You should do like anime news. So I don't feel like I watch enough anime to do that myself. There you go. And then combine. Rock right now. I wanna rock right now. dancing around. I wanna rock your body. And then Bridget. Yes. I could probably do some video essay. I enjoy watching them, and they'd be easy to clip. Plus, I could do some more web novels ones too, since it's growing niche. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Electric shock. There we go. Manga, manhwa, webtoons, and web novels. Things alive. I wanna go for a ride. Pretty good. Make this more of an open seam. I'm gonna super flat like this. This one. Oops. Just need to quick so I have all the time. Do you mean quit? Cause valid. Out of sight, body, out of sight. Quick. What are the winning lotto numbers for tonight? I don't know. Don't put that pressure on me. No, don't put that pressure on me. I don't know. What do you think they are? Do whatever your marriage anniversary is. I know I should know this because you missed stream one day because of it, but like, I don't know what it is. So you should pick those numbers. I think picking your marriage numbers would be cute. Just do those ones. Yes, I do. I might have spelling errors in the script because work partially corrected. That's fine. I'm probably not going to even notice, to be fair. And if I do, it's because I read it out loud. But that's like, is what it is, you know? Not right now. You say you shouldn't pick your dates since if you win, you'll probably have to share. Oh. I don't know. When was your nephew born? Pick that day. Say fuck it and find out, you know? Right now. Nephew's too young anyway. I'll have to share. Or, what else could you do? I don't know, just do a random number generator. I feel like that's as likely as me giving you numbers, you know? Oh, that's valid. Probably is, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Baby, girl, I know. Don't you go away. That's pretty good for the saddle. I don't like the thing itself. Oh wait, I need this one. Wait. Ooh, finish the commission. Good job. Very proud of you. If I were to win, there's a lucky. It'd be the lucky for life. Better odds than big lottos. That's the 1,000 day for life. Cash out or die. What? What? Good job, bear editor. Did you guys see the meme that Oso made for me? That shit was really funny. I'm posting that. Oh yeah, I could do that one instead of club clips next week, actually. The more I think about it. You can get it for life, but if you take it as a lump sum, it's 20 years, or if you die, it goes to your next of kin for the rest of the 20 years. Damn. I think I'd take it as a lump sum. I'd be like, I'm always silly, apparently. Apparently, compared to everyone I talk to, I am the silliest. I don't really know what I'm doing or why I did like this, but that's okay. Little soda pop. I can think of every time I drink of my little soda pop, my little soda pop. I prefer for life. That's a $365 a year before tax. The lump sum you pay. Oh, see, this is why you're a smart one, Kiwi. I want money. I want money now, so I can spend it on my friends. World. It's all and then grow. It is a bit too thick. And 3, 2. Shine to you, you are me. Multiple. Oof. Okay, that's why we did it the way we were doing it. There we go. I'll have to have another one of these like down here. These. No borders. It's inactive water. Hi! Is he gonna get in trouble for climbing the stairs? Same sentiment, babe. Same brain cell. Anxiety keeps on trying me. Anxiety. Oh, okay. That's good. I don't want him to get in trouble. Oh, yeah, anxiety, keep on trying, keep on trying. It's a new thing we do to tire out instead of rolling around in the stroller. Oh, get him to go up and down the stairs. That's smart. Also works out them muscles. Them climbing muscles. Login. Then how does the rest of the thing sit? Did I look it up in here? I did. Haven't figured out how to go down this yet, so we just carry him down. That's valid. Why wouldn't it show it to me? Oh, that's why. Oh, this one. Apparel, this one, this one. I want to see what the side looks like. Okay, so kind of want to bevel this a bit. Okay, and then it's like a bow. That's the chain. I don't want to do this, but I will. I'm lazy and I don't really wanna, but I'm gonna. Reset. Oh, I just realized. On me. There you go. long. Maybe not that much. Oops. Cool. What? Maybe not flat. It should get weird. There you go. Okie-dokie. Alright, and then I'll probably just mirror this because I am too lazy to do it to manually do it on the other side as well. Because fuck that. Excuse me. Oh man, I forgot. One. So that for now. One more. Noise? I feel like it's not this thick though. Take. Yeah, there we go. Oops. There we go. That looks pretty good, I think. Okay, well that didn't really go where I wanted it to go. It's okay. Oh, is it? There we go. This was my land in the water. This is going to be the This is the purse body. Oh, my brain! Oh, how could you, Jebby? How could you? I mean... And then it's kind of like, yep, just like that. I said that this was my life. And this way. Oh. Alright, and this. No relative. Here we go. Relative. Okay, why didn't this become like a circle? There we go. I don't think this was right. Aim for the boot. Handlebone. It's okay. A boop and bomb combo. B&B combo. Understandable. I was the queen I was meant to be. This is more circular. I think it's fine if it's not perfect, actually. We're going up, it's our moment. We're going, gotta be golden. Oh, up, this moment. You gotta be golden. Well, I'm done hiding now. Like I'm all of it. No fears now. All my things are lost and you might feel like me. I'm all the past and barely I'll see. No more hiding, shining like I'm born to be. Up without a woman. Gotta be golden. And then you're gonna be golden. Just make this a little bit thinner. Government take over. How far I'll be late for work. Where do we have to stop this? With the lady in office. Won't stop government. Oops. Oh, probably the Nigerian prince here. How do I do? Say, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? I think I put this too many. There you go. Sound good. Oops. Oh. No. God damn, my mag is broken. Close me. And now my mind won't close. No! Always EP. Never not EP. This one. This one. Gonna look for a bit and you give me some food. No problem. Hope you get some delicious food. This one, these two. There we go. Shenanigans. I'm now unemployed, friend. Fuck yeah, I love shenanigans. There's just I gotta spend more time with you. And that is never a bad thing in my book. How does it feel? How does it feel to be unemployed? Ooh, I didn't put this into account. Just so because now all the money I have is all I have. That's valid, but that doesn't mean you can't get a job later. You know, when you get into college and you're like, "Whoa, I have enough time to like do my homework and like have a job and stuff." You could also get a job again. It's not like you can't, you know? Do not worry, friend. There will be more chance of jobs soon. Even maybe better paying job. Make it more hooky. True. And then at that point, you know, if you get a job that pays better and you maybe don't have to work as much. But it's more fulfilling work, maybe. Or maybe you work more, but it's more fulfilling, so it's also good. Lots of possibilities. Ew, okay, that was not the move. Make the edge. Okay, so what would help this? Out more. Rotated. How does that look? Better? This part's weird. Oh, Jesus. Hi, Moira! Hi, Momo! Bye, Momo! Cool. I don't think this is necessary. Okay. Moon crescent. I want like this shape. Yes. This one. Oops, hold on. Want something more like this. Let's do neighborhood 5. I'm gonna be happy. Okay. Just gonna move. I just want time. I need a space just for me. Boop, boop, boop. I should see. Said so many things I didn't mean. Mirror. Invert. That's better. Ooh. Are you necessary though? You are not necessary. I want you to be sharp. Ooh. I say that, but then now it looks funny. Okay, that's fine. Let's not make it sharp then. Modify, convert, smooth. It is impossible. And this over here. Object. There you go. Start. What if we took this one? See truth, it's impossible, but I love you. Go back, I've made it too thick. If I convert to this way. Small one. Shoot. Object. There you go. I don't really like this, to be honest. Oh, there you go. That would be better. Modify. Oh. Up a little bit more. Also, it gets rotated this way. Man. There we go. There we go. And then we take this guy. We angle him here. Oh, the fan turned on. It's quite loud. It's like small though. Actually, this needs to be like here. Yeah. And this. World. Movie has been every time I look into her eyes, I see it. all I need. Every time I look at you, every time you Hi, Moira. This should be an 8. Through your eyes I see all I need. And then like this. Here, X. Oh man. Get it up a little bit. Okay, it is like a. Someone. Thank you for the wellness check. I need the water sweat. Ugh. Thank you for the hydration. This one can get rotated a little more. Wait. I don't know the answers and I don't know the answers. No one will ask. It's like, girl, you need a feeling person. Oh man. Oops. Away. How my face itches. Oh, no. No, stop. I can only do it halfway. Smooth it. I kind of just want to steal this. These are just things. Just things. And just oh. Don't know how long it's been my own. Oh yeah, this one needs a let's do song selection volume. Marketing. Give me some info. I'm wasting all this time. Oh no. Wow. Honestly. I'm not getting. Hey, disassociate. Getting. Give me home at all. I am wasting all this time. Oh my. Always been very sounding question. Associate, marketing. Give me some advice. I am wasting all this time. I am marketing. Getting my head. Marketing. Give me some advice. Oh. Don't worry, nothing can tie me down, you can tie me up. You should millions in the truck. And you know it, no question at all. You just reason. You're wearing nothing but your somehow I love you. Maybe in all the reason. There we go. This goes in here. This goes in here. Deleted. This. Vertex up, over, down, over, duplicate, same thing, vertex scoot, up, rotate, even, where's with me going to the baseline? I'm the devil in the details, harder than just to exhale. Stick to me like you am. This is there we go. What did he say? I understand. So glad you came. Stick to me like everyone. Walk beside me, do you feel love? Fingers and free, all for fire. Drink some. Is it all wrong? Retaliate like before. Will be done to your own. There we go. Now I have to UV the whole thing. What? Edit, delete tip history, increment save. Maybe I didn't. I'm deleting everything actually. Mini strap. Strapping. enshrined. And then 3. Strap name, first body, size from 1 2. This is the connector. 1, 2, 2. Convert it smooth. Camera paste. Cut it here. Cut it here. Cut it right here. Right there. It's dead. I did no harm, never did no harm. Alrighty. Looking pretty good. You're kind of just gonna add that part in. Maybe not. This has gotta have that little piece. But how do I want to do that little piece? I think I want to do it by removing this so I can see. Go this one, this one. Go. Go left again. Oh my, just and delete just the unnecessary ones. Actually, it might have been smarter to do it differently. Move this. There you go. I forgot again. It's okay. I just do it by the company because that's easier for my brain. It's running down. Not where I'm supposed to be. So I go on. That's fine. I was telling my writer friend about it since they were complaining about their coffee addiction. It's a good alternative. In my opinion, it's a pretty good alternative. It's been pretty good for me too, at least. Now I'm not like fiending for like caffeine or energy throughout the day. My headset's falling off my head. Nope. I just want this guy. Okay. Take this right off. Headset is still falling off my head. Okay. Okay. So I need to check my order. If there's anything you want to know, I can also try to check on my end as well, if that helps. No. By the end of Wednesday. Fuck yeah. I don't think I need this either. There we go. Convert. Piece. I got 4 facts, so I'm looking for one more. Yeah, that's good. Edit, little bit of history, increment and save. Okay. Maybe shell. Alright, this one's. I think this one's good. Ooh. I did miss a part. I'm just gonna click this. Oops. That one. Okay, that's pretty good. Oops, UV. Oops. See them to the flow. I also got my PTO review, so I'm off the second week of September. Yay! Yay! Maybe I'll try to plan something for then, so that way, you know, it's even more worth. Unless you already got planned something, it doesn't really matter. Transfer attribute, history freeze, hide, view, camera based, this one, shells, this part, oops, there we go, oops. Manage transfer attributes. Camera based. No. Thank you. I'll probably go to the library or coffee shop during the day to work on my laptop and then stay up late working from home. It's a good opportunity to build up a backlog of short stories or finish the ones I've put aside. I think that is a wonderful idea. Why, but maybe. No, that's not a step there. So fucking much. I don't think I did that enough on the other one. Nope. Cause I'm the devil who's looking for Searching for redemption. Okay, parameter. This one. This one. This one. This one. UV camera based. Shows. Video and stuff. And I wanna make it. Oh yeah, and then I want to do it here. Like, it's like this one and this one. This one. And this one. This one. And this one. Okay. Oh, do these have the same amount of tries? No, they don't. But UV camera based. Yeah. Yep. I might do that like that. I don't know. No. There we go. Yeah. And then oh, yeah. What? Yeah. Thanks. No, fine. I only ate the ones that were in the glass Tupperware from the last time we had them. What? I ate the ones in the glass Tupperware. But there should be one more pack. We got 2. No. I have been here the whole time working. If you need proof, look at the VOD. I wish I made nuggets. I'm grinding. Can I have nuggets though? Okay. I thought that was the initial question.
No, the initial question was, oh, did you agree?
Oh. No, thanks. I vouch for the workaholic. Yippee, thanks. No, Pixels was confused because he smelled something in the kitchen and he thought that I got up to make some chicken nuggets because I have chicken nuggets, like spicy chicken nuggets from Trader Joe's, which are really good. And he's like, I think I just couldn't hear him over the fan or something. And he was asking if I made them, and I was like, what? I didn't make anything. This one. That will be. Let's see, if we did this one and then every other, we wouldn't get rid of this one. Give. Let's see, this is unfold, optimize. Oh wait, I'm not gonna get rid of this middle one either, so we can just. Okay. It might be easier to do it this way, so let's do rendering this one. BSB underscore leather. Make it pink. Okay. We shall. This one and this one are BSB fabric. There we go. And then metallic. BSB metallic. There you go. I don't like how this is though. Am I fucking up here? I sent the fact topics in Discord only because I thought it would be easy to read. It should be called. Really? Thanksgiving was moved to help the great. Oh, maybe let's not talk about Thanksgiving. Actually, not to be that guy. I just don't want people being like, "Oh, that's the thing about Thanksgiving. That's the fun fact." You know, why leaves change? More babies are conceived. When fall? When is fall around the world or autumn doesn't? Wait, when is fall around the world or autumn doesn't win the Oscars? When is fall around the what? There's fall around the world? Is there a time where it all lines up? If so, let's talk about that one. I have two options for last, so I can do both. I don't know what they mean, but I'm down for it. Yeah, you could do both instead of the Thanksgiving one. Ew, why is this being weird? I just want to rotate this. Why is it being weird? Surface. I just wanted this to fix. Oh wait, would I do like this? I think so. Is that the worst? It could be better. The Thanksgiving isn't super interesting, just that it was whenever before Lincoln, and he made the last Thursday, then Roosevelt changes the second to last Thursday because of Great Depression. That's valid. I just, you know, I'm sure you know the controversies of Thanksgiving. You know? And I don't want to bother with it. Oh boy, do I know. And I'm on the critique side. That's valid. I'd rather not deal with it. I just want fun fall facts. Maybe you could add a deranged one if you wanted to do it, everyone, but we got plenty of facts. Way, what a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you, and I fall in love. No, I wanna fall in love with you. Should I use all of it? There you go. Things that are metallic are not that many, so yeah. Layout. We shall. Oops. Mm-hmm. I got my eyes on making my love. No boundaries, dancing slow. We shall. Oh. We shall. Heck. My eyes are making love to my lows. My boundaries dancing slow. Oh yeah. Okay. From here to edge. Edge contained. That's a bit better, I guess. I guess delete you guys. Huh? Edit. Be a deranged fag is the most unique one I could find. I think I know how I want to break them up with the normal script format. If you want to do that, I don't know if you want to mess with the style too much since it's not the normal. Did you know? It's up to you, I guess. I mean, I don't really mind. I don't want it to be like too crazy different. I guess the more I think about it. Okay. Julio. Next week is perfect since the season technically starts September 1st and the equinox. Yeah, it's the last week of August. I don't know how this is supposed to. There you go. So this is payroll. This one. Increment save. Alright. Alrighty. Now I just gotta texture them all. Let's do easy, hard, and then easy again. I think is my plan. Substance we have? I think at least I want to do the easy one. Yeah, I will do the easy one first. New. Select. Payroll. This one, this one. Okay. Big. Big. Cancel. Use. Big. I just gotta wait. Never love me again. This will be this one. Diamond. I didn't import it yet. Diamond. Diamond. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. What's your favorite part about fall? Halloween. Halloween is my favorite part. So I just really like Halloween in general. Position. What if it didn't go off of color? There you go. Oh. Actually, what if it did have color on it? Balance, attributes. Do you have a go-to costume or Halloween vibe? I wear my Scrump onesie. I have a Scrump onesie from Lilo and Stitch, and I wear that if I don't have anything else I can do. I really like Halloween, and I want to go as a Wendigo one of these years. I haven't had time. I haven't had time to make like a whole ass Halloween costume. Thank you. Are they hot? Okay. Okay, I'll wait. Okay. Oh, yeah, the export is the wrong ones. Actually, let's grab one more thing. Earring. Aw, aren't you cute, Trailer? Hot. I found new. Oh. Low poly and big. You must have mistaken. Oh, Jailer, stop it. No, you're a cool pie. You're a cool pie. You're a cool pie. I see I have fucked something up in the export of this. Fuck. Dang it. Ha. Over. Gen 2. Diamond. I will use the diamond. And opacity. This one. I need a song request. There we go. Ooh, a cover? Windows rendering hypershade. That's not the right song, is it not? It says it's the right song. The link goes to that song. What if I copy the wrong link? Maybe. Okay. Wait, huh? Wait, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. And my Maya brush. I'll just wait for Maya. Oh no, it did crash. This song. This one. I get a gem material. Girl. Hey, Mel. Honestly, this one will be fine here. I need to change the color. No. Do you hear? It's in the holes of my sweater. I'm in the wrong program because they're both blue and it blows the first one in my thing. Art chain. Gold. Let's do opacity. This one. Maybe this one would be better. Actually, let's do what the fuck was it? I just saw it. It's this one, fibers. What's this one? There you go. And gold. Let's do a height. I think this will be better. So if we did gold on, so if we did gold, let's do this one instead. Add a black mask, add a paint. And then the brush. Circle. And this goes up. And go. Open. Peril. Huh? Peril. Beaded cross trigger. Where did that one go? Oh, it's this one. Whoops. Thank you for the song quests. Oh, it's opening in another one? Oh, okay. It's fine. Just give it a minute. There we go. 1, 2, 5, 4, 5, 4. Select objects for material. Show. These, right? Two, 5, 10, 9, 10. Assign. Counted 1, 2. I can count to 2. Select object to material. Only count to 4. Okay, only count to 4. Yeah, that's right. I think that's right. Nope. Arrow. Butterfly button. Edit. Re-import. There you go. I can count to 2, 3. I can count to 3, 4. I can count no more. Okay. Let's do this. So we won't give it opacity. I'm gonna rebake gem 1. There we go. Actually, we will give it its opacity back. But then we're going to do another variant where the opacity is more. It's lighter. And we give it a black mask with a generator of curvature. But we won't give that to this one, this one, this one, Oh, right, because that's going through it. Okay. So maybe I do give it back to this, actually. So that way we don't see it in there. I think the gold needs to be lighter. I'll go with this one. What? It's gem, right? It's gem. What's up with reptiles? Self-inclusion always happens. Why does it do that? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's why it does that. Got it. Replenish. Fake. Think about adding tone indicators. Would you rather have them at the start or at the end of the line? Start, or you can put them on here on the right side. Like over here, or if you want, or at the beginning is fine. But I will be honest, I can't promise that I will follow them. I'll do it at the start, so I'll probably have multiple for you. So, okie dokie. I will just put it out there. I may not remember to look at them. My brain may turn them off. But I will do my best. The emojis will, yeah, probably. Generator. Let's actually do vtuber. I'm a little bit bigger than the text. Sounds cute. No, I'm doing this wrong. No, this is not exactly the same, but I think it will. What if we did this one? Fall is my favorite season, actually. Fall and spring are tied. For some reason, I was thinking it was spring. That's because I'm born in spring. But they are tied. But I do like fall more, mainly because Halloween. Halloween. Ah. No, but it doesn't change what I was gonna put in the caption too much. Fog. Ooh, you know what? I have an idea. I have a better idea. This one. Page. This one. But I think I like that one. This goes on top. This one. What's that? That's in here. Okie dokie. This one, this one, this one. No. Butterfly. This one. Okay. Save. I just need to look for a floral pattern really quick. I'm adding Spirit Halloween to the tags. Maybe we can. Yeah, hell yeah. Did you see that they're having a Spirit Christmas now too? Not just a Spirit Halloween. I find it very interesting that they're doing that. Use slow poly as high poly. Bake. Kinda got lazy on the butterfly necklace, so I think it'll be okay. And then I want this one here. Nice and try cleaner. Make it bigger. I'm gonna move it now. I want that one. Maybe not that big. Yeah, there we go. As soon as the Joann's fabric near me. Yeah, I saw that last year. They did a few trial cities. There were even rumors of the year-round locations thanks to cosplay. As soon as yeah, man, I miss Joann's though. They had good prices on stuff. This one. Base color should be this color. What is doing that? I don't like whatever's doing that. Okay, well, I'm presuming it's the ambient occlusion. Oops. Give it. You want me to make a countdown? Make the countdown work in the script, or make you eat fat more natural? Countdown like what? Like, oh, 5th is the most. Blah, 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 blah. Shit, I think this is leather. God dang it.
Hi, welcome to Wash Mojo. Today we will be counting down our favorite top 10 countdowns. Number 10, Wash Mojo's top 10 countdowns.
It'd be funny if I had Zentrea's like text-to-speech voice, but I don't, so I think just more natural will be fine. Are you doing over-the-top internet voice? But I think I might say that for April Fools. Yeah, let's save that for April Fools. Maybe I could do one more and then just. I can feel the light shining on you. I'm gonna come up with something like a Rubik's Cube ticket for April Fool's one. That sounds interesting. I like it. I like it. Everybody's on the road now. I can't fight these times now. I can feel the light shining on my face. Did I disappoint you? Everybody's on the line now. I can't tell you. I can feel the light shine on your face. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Are they still let me over? I'm gonna be like a light pink. Did you know the reason that people are lactose intolerant is because lactose is produced when aliens probe us? It's an adaptation from our ancestors. That, I like that. That's fun. Just... It's pink. Too pink. Colors. Edit. I want it to be more pink. I have to adjust it. Smattered Stars, welcome on in. How was your stream? Stardust Bunny Ray, welcome on in. How was coworking? Did you have a good time? What did you study or what did you work on? We are currently working on some floral pattern for a texture. It does not, because I'm clicking the wrong button. That is the wrong button. There we go. Ooh, cool. It was good. Just a lot of studying. What were you studying? Were you studying anything cool? Anything you can share with us? I'm trying to make the color pink, but my computer, for some reason, and this website are just not having a good time. I think I made it pink. Cardiology today. Very cool. Very cool. I hope it was mega fun. At the very least. Oh, I'm not in position yet. Boop, 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 boop. Ignore the conspiracy theories. No, please. Indulge yourself. Please, why is this big weird? This website's like so laggy right now. Is everybody and their mother using Canva right now? I feel like it is. Fuck yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy the funness of our land. For those of you who are new here, hi, my name's Lane, otherwise known as maincoow, and I make TikTok videos and other stuff. This is like incredibly infuriating. Bring it back. Bring it back. Not that one. This one. Okie dokie. Make the blues green. Make the purple pink. Okay, but that pink makes it look bad. Okay. So what if we went this way with it? Okay, it also kind of looks bad. How does that work? That doesn't really make sense if you ask me. Okay, if I put this to pink. Now it becomes like, how did you do that? Okay. 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 Edit. Edit. Adjust. Now I want all the colors. I want this. I want to blue. I want it to go to green. I want to red. Okay, it's orange. Okay, that's green. Okay. Now this purple, you go to like pink. That's blue. I want to go to pink. That is not pink. That's like pink, but very muddled pink. Shadows. Remove shadows. Gotta love hearts. Hearts? What's happening with the hearts? God, I'm partial to the kingdom. That's understandable. This is so cool. Contrast loss. I think I'm trying to do too much with one thing. That makes me cry over it. Honestly, the pattern we had before was very close. Just gotta undo it like 10 times. Okay, I just need like more variants. Is this not working the way I wanted to? Let me just. So I feel like that kind of worked. Understandably, I'm like kind of being lazy, but like, I don't know what's happening. What if we did watercolor patterns? The kiss. Get like not what I want. Oh, this one could be good. Flip the lips. Especially if we were able to tint it to be a bit more green. Yeah. Processing on it. Bro, don't take forever. I want to be done. I want to go edit my script. Takes me an hour to write a script, man. I could be done soon. Oh shit! Wait, I gotta do a commission tape today though. What is happening? Okay. It's a little bit rough though, but it's fine. Wars. This one. I want you to touch me. Nope. Soft light. Nope. Overall? Let's just do this one. Just lighten it. These color. Yeah, there you go. Filter. Saturation. Hue. Hue is good. Thank you for the wellness check, Kiwi. I will redeem that in 2 seconds. Alright, cool. This one, apparel. Where's my bag? Where's the bag? This bag. This bag. Select. This one, export. Okay. Save as. Right here. Alright, I gotta put all these in. Marmoset. Who's still streaming? He was obviously still streaming. She's playing 7 Days to Die. I don't know who this person is. And Flip ended stream. Lurking Kouas and Bakers. There they are. Five. Go over here. I'm gonna go this way. I think. Oh, I'm gonna go back 90. This one. Go. What I feel. Boy. Oh, it's right. I don't care how long it takes. Long as I'm with you, I've got a strong enough. With your tears, it'll be okay. Let's go. Metallic. Nice pearl. Metallic. I will go back. Good night. I'm ready for the bonkus. Give me the bonkus. Thank you for the bonkus. you for the lurk. Sleep well. Image. Okay. Infinity. Group. Oh. Oh. I want this into what? Into line up. Sports. Open my door. And then the devil. Oh god. Oh, stop. This one apparel. This one going on. This one Washin Dishes. 26, 26. The textures. This one. Metallic. Beta. Roughness. Dither. I'll just do that now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Talent. Gold. Talent reference. Chain. Talent. This one. What have I done? Used to be tether. There we go. Holy shit, that was nerve-wracking. What happened? Are you okay? What happened? I sent my parents a text coming out to them, and that took an hour to say. And they took an hour to say anything? Oh my god, is everything okay though? Thankfully, it's all good. Thank God. I'm so sorry that took an hour though. Maybe they were just trying to get you with the anticipation, you know? God. Yeah, we got you vexed. I'm glad everything's all good though. Nah, they're in bumfuck nowhere, Alaska right now, so they had no internet. Valid. Valid. But we love good support and parents. We love that. I don't have to quit. You need to support myself. Like, yeah, I would hope not. I'm very happy, Vex. Okay, let's do camera 1 first. Okay. New image. New image. these three. This one is two. And this becomes one extras. Oh my god. Copy link. After I render these, I need to go take a bathroom break. And then we'll be good to work on videos. Scripts. It should only take me 2 hours, hopefully. 1 hour per script is my typical average. Go back. Oh. Alright. Butterfly. This one. Did this one. Normal, metallic, roughness, foot, leather base color, metallic, normal, roughness, yeah, metallic. This one. a slightly different one. And you're looking at me. I wanna get on track for a new person all over again. I don't wanna get someone else's night. The sky. Perfume sandal bag. Let me see without remembering the one. God dang it. It's two. Oh, I think. Damn. And then this one. Oops. And then tomorrow we're gonna do another bag. Is this one? Yeah. Okay, I think that's all good. So I can check those off. I'll go to the restroom here in a minute. I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. The goodest of good days. Okay, so this is done, this is done, this is done, this is done. We just gotta do video editing and stuff, or video scripting and stuff. Have y'all been hanging? Pretty good. I'm glad I got the stuff I needed to done. We have piss command for the piss baby? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does the piss baby mean? Okay. Things I'm doing after this are going to be this stuff. So I'm gonna gather. We'll gather the resources for everyone. When I get back, I'll be right back. Vex, we have a piss command because you wanted to have a piss command. There's no other reason why we have a piss command other than you wanted to have a piss command because you kept doing exclamation point piss. Okay? Also got regular boop boop. There we go. Now BLT can go back in his car. You can go back in your car now because we're not doing serious work. We're still working, but we're not doing serious work. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. Because Vex cares about you. Okay. That's fair. Whatever else. Listen. Suck my dick. I'm okay. The archivist one go. I have one for Arc, but I forgot where it is. Oh, bless you, thank you. I have to go on Twitter. I have to go on Twitter. Thank you. Gimme where? Gimme. Is it this one? Oh, one of them's smiling. I thought there was one of them smiling. Do we not have one of them smiling? Video editing, the highlight. Guess not. 46. Okay, paste. Yeah. Nope, 47. Maybe. I could use this. See how this crops itself down. But it's not dynamic. God damn it. When I'm into No Kingdom Hearts, would you? I have never played it. I know what it is, but I've never played it personally. Because this one's just, it was. I could have swore there was like another image that they had. I could have swore it. Maybe not. That's fine. Ooh. Oh, they're library. Fancy. There's one. Video editing. The highlight. Eeper Lane? Is it even a possible? Eeper Lane? Oh, it's always possible. I'm an EP guy. If I had to keep writing 2 versions and picking the one I like more, that's valid. I kind of just go with a vibe and then I just run with it. And that's how I end up getting my shit pumped out in an hour each most of the time. Videos. Clips. This one. This one. This one. Clip 30 days. Open new tab. I do them doing art. Ooh. Mode. Video editing. I don't know how many this is. I should have counted before I started. Oh well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7? It is 7. Let's do. What's this one? I like their chat. It's a phone. Oh man. There you go. Do I have this one? I like that. Just get a little bit more though. These two. Alright, cool. I think that's plenty. Add. Oops. Change cover. Upload. Edit labels. Music subtitles. Excuse me. Labels. Subtitles, media assets. I think I have to do another script. Just be like, it's waiting for the script. Oh, come back. Let's see, we are. And then I need a paper icon. Save. Oh, edit labels. That's all of them? Yeah, it does. Cool. Edit labels, this one. Edit labels, this one. This one. These are 4. This needs all 4. This needs all 4. I might hold off on that one for this week, so we'll see. And then V stars, the lovely V star this week. Bessie Baker. Bessie Baker is now on BlueSky, but I bet they have images on Twitter. No, they don't. Okay. Stop, son of a bitch. Media. Do they have a PNG? I like this one. And this is what? Their name is Spicy. Cute. Ooh. copy this to make sure that it matches. Make sure this goes here. Align. Thank you. These stars. Oh, nope. Nope. 23. 3. Subject only. Oh, I've been booped. Thank you for the boop, Brainer. Name, plate, save. I need their credits now. Live 2D, PNG. Alright, 2D model. PNG. Oh my god. I can't type. About to crash out, bro. Okay. Save image as stars. Save. Well, I like this person's art. This person's art looks nice. Boop, boop. I gotta get clips. I'll pick the clip since Kiwi's busy writing. I'll pick the clip. Top. Oh. This one. Maybe? Maybe? This one could be funny to edit. What? I like the PNG model a lot. I like the cookie. My headset's falling. Please! Keep it. Keep it. Am I going to have to start doing scripts over the weekend if I'm going to keep adding to them like this? Yeah, I mean, that probably will be a good idea. And then on Mondays, I could just grab the... I could start recording sooner. But it's up to you. I would like to record these not at midnight. Thank you, Kiwi. I have to download all these. They sometimes do hand cam streams though, it's like. It's midnight for you? No, but it will be soon. And by soon, I mean like 3 hours. It'll be when she's done today, yes. When I am done for today, it'll probably be midnight. It's usually how my Mondays go. Oh my god, it's Heart of Gabby. Hold on. Oh, she's playing with Pengy. Gabby's playing with, I think that's Pengy. And a Tara Knox and Ophelia Valentine. I like they all have yippies. Is Pengy streaming right now? Or is this an after Pengy stream? This might be an after Pengy stream thing. Okay. What about this one? What if we start with an ada like at the beginning? Ada. Oh, I see. I thought Pengy ended. They did. But there are, it looks like, isn't this Pengy's P? Is that not Pengy? Hold on, you can't see because I'm my mouse. I don't have my mouse. Isn't that Pengy? I feel like that's Pengy. Is that not Pengy? Maybe I'm wrong. I just see Pengy and everything now. I can feel like that. Oh, I can check Art of Gabby's stuff. Art of Gabby. Yeah, Pengy! Haha! I was right. That's what it is, Pengy. Oh, their name is Veta. I don't know why I keep thinking of them Nox, but yeah, Pengy's over there. Did I download this one? What am I doing? What have I downloaded? Not downloaded this one. I don't really have one that I can extrapolate on making like an edit out of, to be honest. The sneezing one is not bad. Listen to it again. I think we can do this one in the beginning because it's like cooking us. There you go. This is throw 5. We need like 5. Oops. Did I not grab this one? Boop. Damn, Peggy doing double shift. I like their PNG tuber a lot. What's this one? What else don't I have? Did I get the Overwatch one? I don't think I got the Overwatch one. Cool. I think that's enough. Yeah, it's done. Here's cover, purple cover image. These stars, this one. Edit labels, media. Slot grabbed. I'll do the media assets for this one now. Ooh, son of a bitch. Oh, wait, save as. Bah, goddamn it. Trailer. 57 seconds long? That should be fine. My ear hurts. Am I wearing my headset wrong? No, I'm not. Okay. Ear just hurts because it's stupid. So, score 41 backgrounds. Save. And close. File open. Recent. Open this one. You could do this one. Okay. Oh, this isn't the large one, though. Is that large one? This is a large one, huh? Oh, God. Stop. Document, export. Numbered that wrong. Store. Escape from Escape Together is a co-op survival game featuring lifelike graphics, proximity voice chat, and horrifying entities. You and up to 5 friends must make it. Yeah. Made in Unreal Engine 5. Audio or every entity, every level, and design decision has been based on the online lore of the backrooms. Like this. Escape the Backrooms Together is a co-op survival horror game featuring lifelike graphics, proximity voice chat, and horrifying entities. You and up to 5 friends must make your way through 9 fully procedurally generated levels using what's available to you to progress deeper into the backrooms. Every level is a mini adventure of its own, hosting unique gameplay puzzles, lootable items, environments, and entities. Levels will be added constantly throughout early access. I think actually this is where. Oh wait, that's very similar. This on the one. How after completing research. Oh, I like this one. Hi, Draconian Man. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. How's it going? Let's see. Every entity level and exit and design decision has been made. Oh, hello again. Hello. Every entity level, exit, and design was based on the online lore of the background. As a team of researchers, you are tasked with to. This is kind of like a fun fact about it. Okay, let's read this all and then. Available to play in early access on Steam. Okay, I'll have to think of that one after I read all this. Backrooms Escape Together is a co-op survival horror game featuring life graphics, proximity voice chat, and horrifying entities. You and up to 5 friends must make your way through 9 fully procedurally generated levels using what's available to you to progress deeper into the backrooms. Every entity, level, exit, and design decision was based on the online lore of the backrooms. As a team of researchers, you were tasked to explore the liminal labyrinth. However, after completing your research duties, an elevator malfunction leaves you with only 2 objectives, survival and escape. Prepare for bed to go to work early tomorrow. Oh, well, I hope you sleep well, and I hope work goes well, and I'm really happy that you were able to stop by before you had to go bed. And I whisk you into lovely dreams. Made in Unreal Engine 5, Backroom Escape Together's lifelike visual and spatial audio work to remove every possible immersion barrier between you and the game. You will feel as if you are truly, you will feel as if you truly are a lost wanderer. You are a lost wanderer stuck in the backrooms. Available to play on. This game is a thrill to play with friends. And concerning its overwhelming reviews, you type. How do I look at the funny ones? Thank you. I have been work has been hella busy since I'm being taught a new skill, and now do 2 responsive simultaneously for my shift. Hell yeah! I mean, hey, more responsibility means that, maybe more pay, Thank you for the boob. I pooped my pants. This game is a thriller to play with friends. Be sure to hold hands. Make sure you have a diaper. Surprised how easy it is. I'll probably ask for more in the next 3 months. Good idea. Because if you're taking on more responsibility, that's more work. And more work means more money. Available to play in early access on Steam, this game is a thriller to play with friends. Just be sure to hold hands and make sure you have a diaper. I think that's a good amount of words. Just gotta get Kiwi to approve it. This one, Archivist is good. And then change the cover. Roll for fun. That one's written. We can do the one for top 5 fall facts. Close. I'll wake up, I'm the place. Let's go take my place. Let's do... I forgot my usual responsibility is shipping pallets of items to grocery stores in a warehouse, and now I do shipping and receiving. Damn, that's a lot. On God, that's a lot, though. To do both? Sheesh. You really should be asking for that big grade. Because I'd be like, no sir, don't wanna. You pay me more, then I'll gonna. Oh, sure, yeah. That's a lot. Thickness, color. Just make it like a... Make it like a... Yeah, a little bit darker. And I kill it too because I haven't missed. Fuck yeah. Means you're good at your job, which definitely means more reason to have them pay you more. Recent more. OG for real, sheesh, what the fuck? What's happening? Why are you saying this to me? Have I made a goofy? Did I make a goofy? I don't think I said that. Did I? What? Yeah, I don't know. I think Pixels is going crazy. Pixels, are you okay? You having an aneurysm? Do I need to come check on you? I have like 7 years. I have like 7 years prior of experience with inventory with smaller stockroom lead job. So inventory control is nothing new to me in this warehouse. You're just giving me more and more reason to advocate for you to get more pay. Is that what you want? You just want me to tell you, like, go get that bag? King and or queen? I might have to. I might have to. Okay, hold on. I'll check on him in 2 seconds once I save this. Maybe he meant to send that somewhere else. Alright, I'll go check on him. I'll be right back. Pixels is having an aneurysm. It's because it was... Okay, I said that, but it was because I said on God, not OG, like original gangster. And he's like, well, that's not how it works if you're devolving. Listen, I'm trying to split my brain into 2, and it's not working, okay? You son of a bitch. Suck my nut. You won't, bitch. This motherfucker. Coming in here, talking shit to me. Talking shit to me. Poor brain. I know, my brain's working. My brain's been working very hard, in my opinion. Okay. Why did you write and not on God then? I don't... We're too old to know that. We're too old to... Fake ass brain rot. No, we're too old for that. That's why. I didn't know on God was ONG. I would just write the on God. But I would do this. On God. On God. I'm trying to get with the times. Because I've noticed I've slowly been like losing pace of the new like slang that's happening, like huzz. I didn't know what huzz meant until the other day. And And I didn't know why people would be like, start digging in your butt, twin. I didn't know that. I didn't know why people said that either. I keep putting it like that. That's what I'm saying. Oh god. Oh god. I think I need to do this. There you go. You don't have to keep up with Gen Alpha. You can just skip it. That's what I'm saying. But then it'd be like a Gen Beta thing, and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe there'll be the Redemption Arc Gen Beta. I don't really know. Gotta go here. Gotta go here. Was there any ones that you guys had? This fat ass tadpole. I want to talk about this fat ass tadpole. I want to talk about that fat ass tadpole. Where's that tadpole? Fat ass tadpole. Chunky little baby. That's a little birthday baby. I want this one too. Oh shit, I don't like it when I open it like that because I can't copy it correctly. Okay, then we're gonna talk about. Oh wait, did it just? Why? God damn it. This one. Alright. What else? The tiny shark? I've talked about the tiny shark. Arr, I forgot me handbrake. Why? Who of us? Baby fat tadpole. Food. And then maybe this one? Please spare me indignity. I can't remember this one. God damn it. But this one. Yes. I want you, please. And all time is through. Oh man. Video editing. Save. Haha, I'll wait till I'm 6 months in. I'm barely past 3, but I think I'm definitely good for the raise. My boss and supervisor still talk about how impressed they were doing my interview, funny enough. Well, don't let you shy away from getting that bag, though. Because I don't want them, like, being, like, all nice to you and shit. And then they're like, oh, you're so great and you're so talented, teehee. And then they don't give you the pay grade. Don't let them suck your dick. Let them give you the pay raise. And then suck your dick, okay? Won't you please? Cause like, if you do one without the other, you know, you're just fucked. You're just fucked at that point. Cause like, then you're not really getting anything. It might not even be that good of a sucking of the dick. You know? I also need to. No, that's right. No, it's gonna be New Year 30. Cool. I took screenshots of none of those. Okay. Nothing's new. Alright, this one. Tadpole. This guy, Lemon. I'll do fat tadpole last. Fat tadpole last. The chinchilla first. Or sugar glider first. Okay. Oh, I didn't do... Macaroons. If you have any requests, feel free to request them, Dracody's man. My brain is forgetting already. Pictures. Big time. And then the sandcastle. And then the fat tadpole. Export video editing by Michelle. 34 save. We appreciate you so much. Okay, I'm so glad you do. Now why don't you show me? Yep. Right, did I do that in here? No, I didn't. Insert image. Okay. Let's do summer vibes. Not just yet. You say something worth out. Tasty. Okay. Now my brain can go. Alright. This week been a busy one, and after work when I'm eating dinner, I often feel like this little sugar glider. Just space it out. I feel till either my tummy is full or I snap. He's eating. Like, I'm eating yummy foods. Where to play? Certainly what this TikTok user did. Creating a masterpiece. They made delicious mac and cheese castle. Their kingdom to enjoy and admire. I love cheese. I don't know if I love eating as much. as this little tadpole. Like, look at the size of him. Like, I love him. He's so cute. Why is he so large? Like, is that gonna become... What are they? What are the frogs drinking? Hog. Let me read it through. This week has been a busy one, and after work when I'm eating dinner, I feel like this little sugar guy later. Just spacing out and eating up my fill till either my tummy is full or snap back into reality. What do you think he's eating? I swear they'll say pumpkin soup. Speaking of eating yummy foods, don't forget to play with your food to make it more fun. That's certainly what this TikTok user did by creating a masterpiece. They made a delicious mac and cheese castle for all their kingdom to enjoy and admire. I love cheese. But I don't know if I love eating as much as this little tadpole. Like, look at the size of him. Like, I love him and he's so cute, but why is he so large? Like, is that gonna become a baby Godzilla frog or something? What are the frogs drinking? I said a song, but not enough points yet? You can just let me know. I'd be happy to just put it on if you'd like. I give everybody a freebie every now and again. Script is written. I'll change the cover. This one to this one. You're just so just boop boop. Short videos. I worked on all these. Alright. Save. And now Kiwi's working on the other one. Bet I got you. Hold on. Oh. Oh, shut up. Oh, okay. He didn't listen to me. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. I'll fix it after. I like this one. This one's a bob. You know what? I'm gonna change the Vibe and Shine one. I'm changing the Vibe and Shine cover. We're changing it. Where is it? In the background. Think of me. Yeah, it's nice. I like it a lot. I'm becoming my parents. I just ate dinner directly out of the pan. That's not a bad thing. I mean, it was just you know. Not the worst. Definitely could have. Should this be in the front? I think it should be in the front. Make these like bigger. Yeah, I just don't want to do the. It's just that's completely valid. You had a big day today. It's totally fine if you don't want to do dishes, in my opinion. Same. All right, that's what these ones are gonna look now. Another one. Because you don't see my big model. You always see the tiny model. Yeah, if it's just UI by exactly. I agree. I made an oopsie because I covered the week. God dang it. Oh, no, come back. No. Screenshots. There you go. Now it's good. Alright, there we go. And how does it look if I do this? I think that looks fine. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, I am. It's this one. Sugar glider. Soup. Castle. Mac and cheese. Apple. Let's do cow, baker, sweets. What did I do? Are they a fox? Is Archivist a fox? Doesn't say. I think that's fine. Oh. Okay. Oh, lay down. Vid. Number. Vid. 2. 3. No, did they give me everything in portrait? No, did they give me everything in portrait? No! 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 What's this? I don't know what that is. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Did I download all 4? 2, 3. No, I didn't. What is strange? And not this one. Okay. Why'd they give it to me? Ugh. No. Okay. No, they give to me vertical. Okay, I have to go and get them. Twitch. VTuber. Oh. Five. One, two. Okay. Oops. This is where the dreams come true. No one of them involving you. Let's see if we can find the repo one. I will just ask them to send me them. Would it be okay to get your... Because it makes it like 10 times harder to edit if they're in horizontal already. So I can't do cool stuff with them. I was like, maybe I could filter them, and I realized I can't filter them because they're not my clips. But I'm glad you like the song extension. Of course! Thank you so much for suggesting it. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I hope you sleep well. We'll be here, hanging out. Hopefully the eat is wonderful. It's like top 30 days, maybe. Nope. Damn. No, that means I can't start working on this yet. Shit. The audio on that one's so quiet, too. I'm trying to thank you. Cancel. I need to duplicate this. Is it a read only? TikTok. Edit. Alright, there we go. Save project as everything. What am I calling this one? Home. I'll call this one home. Let's see if we can just like do a base edit at least. And then they want this. Crossfade it in. This is all out. Let's see what we do here. Oh. Oh yeah, I have to redo a lot of these. It's fine. I'll do them later. A, B, C, D, bonk. Need a bonk. I need like a punch and then a bonk. Or this just needs to be a lot faster. Okay, so it's... And then we can go back here, and then we can replace the color. Nope, nope, nope. Operations replace. Videoediting commissions, Arathorn. Oh, we flipped this one. Let me do the new one. I like the new ones more. Be Proxima, because I think that's what we used in the last one. Element OP. Think about you. Oh, hi, Quetza. How are you? Things that up. Oops. Only export. Actually, what is what is the one I have? Resources? You probably can do the countdown style if you want to keep it between 30 to 45 seconds. Why it take so long? Why would, huh? Unless you want the facts to be boring and simple. I don't think the facts need to be boring and simple. They just need to be like quick and pack a punch, you know? Good. Driving to the drive-thru. What kind of drive-thru are you going to? I drive through. What the fuck is the thing on? Is it in my templates? Is it in here? It is. Son of a bitch. Okay. I'm done with it though. Okie dokie. I will get it in 10 seconds. Once I figure out how the fuck I did this, because I kind of am tired of fixing it the way I have been. You know. Feel free to trash it. I'm not gonna trash it, you goober. I'm not gonna trash it. You know you'd cry if I trashed it. So hungry, understandable. Oops. Oh my god, why can't I type? Everything. Okay, let me go look at it. Maybe this should be on. Google Drive. Okay, that's finished. You don't have it in you to be mean enough to make me cry. But I feel like you would cry if I threw away the script. To be fair, like I don't think it would be me. I would just be like, Did you know that Oscars hate autumn? Every other season has at least one title with an Oscar. Wait, did you know the Oscars hate autumn? The Oscars hate autumn. Every other season has at least one title with an Oscar, and Skyfall doesn't. No, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Technicalities here. Gotta go order and eat, no problem. Oh, my brain makes sense of this now. Sorry. Oscars hate autumn. Every other season has at least one title with an Oscar, and Skyfall doesn't count. No, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Technicalities here. For decades before the first Academy Awards, everyone's favorite corn-shaped tree was advertised to farmers as chicken feed. This is because they only grew corn for their animals. Sugar is Sugar is even responsible for all your favorite colors. The red and purple color leaves turn is thanks to the tree sap that forms at the end of summer. You might be wondering, when do the leaves change around the world? While the North has fall between September and November, the South has it between March and May, and the Equator trades Halloween vibes for year-round summer. I throw away enough of my own writing when editing. It just means I didn't give the right version. I guess so. Fall is just around the corner, and at least 72 days until Halloween. Let me know what costumes you have planned. I'm gonna be rocking a classic I'm gonna be rocking my classic Lilo and Stitch scrump onesie. I can't read. Reading is so hard. Why do we do it? I don't know. Did I do this right? Oh, hold on. Yep. Oh, I missed this song too, and this is one of my favorite. Hold on, no, we're starting this one. I like this one. We're starting. 600 math under my command. I should go equator, like equal ladder. What is that? Not am I spelling equator or saying equator wrong? 5. Or you aren't now, but you did when you read. Oh, I read bad. You know that. Okay. I'm gonna for sure start scripting on the weekend so you can get more time before the brain kicks it. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'd appreciate it. I'm not in the reading mode. I'm not in reading mode right now. I'm in silly goober mode. And edit video mode. And my back itches mode. Okay. What the fuck? Why are you all cool? I wonder I'm starting to sweat. Alright. I was gonna say my alt script for the candy corn in the comments. You can decide which one you like more. Look this way next. Fall changes you too. Increase the testosterone level and putting people in the mood. Oh, bonus fact: the same chemical make carrots and pumpkins. Oh, sorry, my back really itches. I think it'll be fine because then I can read this kind of fast and it'll be okay. Oh, my back. Remember the facts for you. Thank you. The comment is in the second cell. The comment is in the oh. I did do if you want an other. No, never mind. Did I hide that one? No, it's in other content. I did a top 5 best Halloween candies. Putting Milk Duds at number 1, obviously. But yeah, that's how Nikki had me write a tier list. If you're interested in that at all. I didn't really like that video, to be fair, though. I also fucked it up because the music was loud. Okay, wait, I have a question. Does this not have any audio? Oh, no, it does. Okay. Okay, wait. 1. I think countdowns are better for long form, unless you're just saying quick one-liners. That's valid. I'm down for whatever, man. Whatever you want me to read, I'll read it, not edit it. That's how I am. I know maybe I should be more picky about it, but meh. The only thing I'm picky about is the VTuber ones, to be fair, because those ones are a bit different. The rest of them are kind of more freeform, so it's whatever. Also, I changed the title to 5 ball facts, and it's not really the top 5. Okay, that's fine. Okay, 5 ball facts. Hold on. Let me just edit that here. Oh, that's what I put there. Wow. Alright, cool. Good job. Oh, this is Yake lore. I was gonna say, this sounds epic. What the fuck? Me too. The deeper ones and the roll for fun makes sense since you're doing it for someone else and their brand. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love these emotes. These are cute. Alright, so add track. I'm just gonna lock these just in case. I changed it to I'm a full-on assistant mode. Fuck, yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, like, I don't remember changing it, but... I have to, like, realign these now. Okay. I think I might... That one. There goes this one. And then this one. And these go up by 5. Okay, so it goes. Yeah, okay, that's good. And then this one needs to get up as well. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we can do the first set of video. Gonna be this bit. Brain is thinking. Brain is thinking. They did flip it. Hog flip. It's actually better. So then we can do this. Oops. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's good. I think this one works. I feel like I'll do. I feel bad because this is actually like really short, so I won't do 2 of them. What's the next one? Let's go back. Download. Permissions, Aerothorn. Save. Download. That's this one. Save. Download. Or 2. Okay, I'll boot up Halo. Reach for a bit. Lurk. Have fun in Halo! Thank you for the lurk! Okay, where do I want... I want this to have a crop all the time. Okay. I need to write that down. Notes. Save. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That casual rope fun looks good. Thank you! I actually kind of want to do... So this one could be like zoom, rotate, and then same. Y, and then rotate the, oops, rotate the other way. And zoom in more. So like that. I want it more extreme. Yeah. This one's so short. Timeline. We can hit this, right? This bottom bit is wrong. I want the part where they throw it at him. Baby mode. Hi, Mama. Hello. Yes. Let me change my outfit. Also, it's Poggin that it changed it automatically for me. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? I was like perfect, actually. I'm doing okay. Have you slept well? Did you have a good weekend? Oops. A little bit over. I stream until like midnight on Mondays, honestly. Is that good? I did have a good weekend. Took a little break from doing anything for my arm. Oh yes, you are sometime. It's 1 AM for me. It's 1 AM for you. Got 11, 12, 1. Ah, okay, that makes. Yeah. I'm like 3 hours behind you. Okay, create. That's my bad. What's your bad? What's happening? Huh? What? I'd be here regardless of you, Kiwi. I didn't do it. Why didn't it make the... Okay, well... That's fine. I can just make them myself. You're streaming so late? I would be here regardless. It's not you, Kiwi. It's literally because I have a job now. That's why. It's the default one. It's like, what the fuck? Ow. What the fuck? Maybe what? Started a Halloween model. Oh, ooh, I love it. Ooh, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. What is this? Ow. Ow. What? And then fuck. Track down. So. Is it witchy or monstrous? A little bit of both, to be honest. Okay, cool. None, yeah. Not none. Business. There's a pour center that must be. I'm sure that's not how that works. Alright, this one goes here. Position. Oh, no. Alright, and then we do this. Shading, there we go. Master. I'm just gonna do. So I'll change it for all these. Actually, this is them, right? So it would be red. Shading. Ooh. Shading. 2. This one, shading. Okay. I think I might have put that one up. Yeah, I did. this one. So it goes. Can we do this one? Okay, so let's do then we'll do shading. Select this one. That's even over. Bold. Bold. Apply. What? No, nope, nope. Apply. 0.11. What's what happened here? Oh, my computer's dying? Don't die, computer. It's not bad. My computer's dying, though. Surprise. Alright, now we're gonna download this one there. Airthorn. I should have renamed that, but I didn't. This is so cute. Cons. Alright. Metric. Who did this person's emotes? I wish to know. I like her emote. Actually, no. And then we go here. You're not that big. This one. Oh, these are so cute. This is funny. I like this dead one. I also put these in the wrong folder again. Save. Alright, and then let's do edit. Then we're gonna do the next one. It's this one. Nope, not that one. This one. This one. And this one has a specific amount of time. Oh, it's a whole clip. Cool. Cropping, retain crop top, 950. this one off so I can see. Oh, this art's pretty. Okay, so okay, this is really mad at me. Okay, it's fine. It's gonna be this part because it falls. What's happening in here? Should be like this. Okay, now I just gotta optimize this. So it's this one, this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, I'm just gonna, I think I wanna scoop this just a little bit. Master, sound effects. Where's my Lego breakings noise? This one. No, it has to be when it's breaking. Okay, maybe this has to go like this. So it's like... Oh, it's delayed. Okay. I think we just removed this empty bit. Let me just shove this in here so it goes... Yeah, that chat, all the energy, all the rhythm. Then we gotta replace the clip, the clip. Clip. With the other one. There we go. Okay, now hopefully this one will do it. If it doesn't, I'll cry. It didn't do it. God damn it. Okay, that's fine. We didn't put it in here. Let me put this in. Next. New bin. Snap. This one. This is already really cool. And then we can go back to... Oh, was I editing this one? Oh shit, I was. Oh, save project as... Disaster. Are we sure that the subtitles don't want to work like a little bit? Nope, okay. No. Oh, well. I guess we. Oh, well. I guess we. Guess we. Can have a. Oh, well, I guess we can have a. Oh, well. We. I think that one's a bit fast. Let me see. Oh, well, I guess we can have. Oh my god. I think I'll do it like this. Oh, well, I guess we. Oh, guess. Guess we can. Give it. Disaster. will it's like really quick, so it's like will oops will just have one opening over here. Alright, where does Hi Marky, welcome on in. How you doing today? Oh, Bing! I know! Oh my goodness! Hello! Hello, Raiders! How's it going? How was your stream? I was lurking in your stream. How was the workies? Did the workies go good? Oh, Jake, Marky, thank you for the follow, and Jake, thank you for the raid. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I'm sure you had a long day at work. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy me as I edit a clip and soon record clips. Record clips? Question mark. Depends on how fast I get this done, to be honest. Hello! Oh, I'm small. Hello! I hope you had a wonderful time. Hey, stream was good. Was productive enough. How goes it? Good. Good. We're getting some commission work done. We're getting some commission work done. I'm trying to just optimize the clips. Hello. Okay. Okay, now that's correct. So this guy go here. I hope you had a great time though. Song request, have your friends. I got you. That's not how our song requests work here, but I got you. I don't know if this is on Spotify. Is this song on Spotify, Marky? Is this song on Spotify? Hold on, song request. Is that? Yeah, there you go. Oh, I exposed myself. I gotta go de-stream, so I shall be lurking. Good luck with the coworking. Thank you. Have a wonderful race. Thank you for the check-in. Trying to what? And then it'll be the... Oh, okay, there we go. There would be like the, and then quick. And then happened would go here. Happened. Oh, someone doesn't know how to read. That's okay, I don't know how to read either. Cookie. Let's see. Did you do did you do okay. Think that was good? Have happened. Have happened. Okay, I'll bring this down. We'll bring this down. And then okay. Now unlink these. I can zoom it, rotate it. Hoopla! Rotate it the other way. And then this one come back, so it's gonna be like it'll be like
So join now, cause at the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read but want to learn to do other stuff good too. We teach you that there's more to life than just being really good looking.
Really
right, kids?
Right, kids. There's way more to life than this being good looking. And then this one, I'm gonna do a slow zoom. Oh shit, that was too much. Oh man. No, wait. And then we can zoom in again. Oh man. No, I want this one. Apply. Move this one. I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna put this one over here. We take this one, and we zoom it in, and we rotate it. A little bit less. A little bit more. Alright, that's like about good, I think. Finished with reading, now on to VTubers, and thank you for leaving me with the heavy lifting. Thank you for leaving me the heavy lifting research. It helps me feel like I contribute. Of course. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting, honestly. Oh, why'd you use red? Why did you use red? I can't see. Why did you use red? Oh, it's red. Wait, what does red mean? What's happening? I don't know what I've done. Oh fuck. That's exactly why. Okay. Okay. It's what I'm replacing, right? I'm replacing the red. Oh. During the next course, I liked it. So you wanted the camps to feel like you got overwhelmed, just started, so I cut it down to feel like this. Okay. Porg. Godzilla Porg. Chemicals are not. Thank you. I couldn't think of the meme. I couldn't think of the meme that I was trying to quote. Where's where I put suggestion? I put. Yeah. Okay. I can't. Okay, there. Thank you. Hagen. Meaning you don't need to do what you're doing. What? What did I do? What have I done? I need to render. Also, I forgot there's 4 videos. Render. Look to the right of the usernames. Oh! I read from here a lot. Also, streamer vision, yeah. It's because I read from this main line. Smile. I'm gonna change the font. Is that better for my eyeballs? I wish bold wasn't so bold. Ew. It'd be... I wish we could have monster art, but not so thick. Poppins. That one's not bad. Wish I could make one of these default. I just need something fresh for my eyeballs. Veranda. Okay, you know what? Just Poppins. Yeah, Poppins in it all. Making it all Poppins. It's Poppins now. Oh, this one's already Poppins. This one isn't. Poppins. Oh wait, nice it is. Ugh. You know what? We'll make it green. It's 4 words. Try Lexan. It's supposed to be easy to read. But is it pretty? Huh. Alright. I like it. Lexan. Oh, that doesn't matter. We already read that one. Oh, this is Lexan. Just making sure I'm not selecting everything. Cool. Those are fine. I don't read off of those. Poggin. Thanks, Kiwi. Alright. TikTok layout we remove. And then I can go back to emotes. You can click the top left corner to change all the... What? 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 Instead of highlighting it manually? Huh? 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Left of cell, above cell 1. Oh! Oh! Huh. I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. I just always do the click and then control A. Oh, I'm being outed. I've ousted myself. Whoa, this person looks cool. Close. That's me. Close. I don't know who this is. Close. Is Mew still streaming? Mew is still streaming. She's playing Fortnite. A little bit smaller. Yeah, I got that spreadsheetism. My brain. Let me just see this one. Yeah, this one. I like this one. When do we make a V highlight for Mew? Whenever, I guess. Depends. That does matter. Whenever. This one. This one. No, maybe this one. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. So this is my solution. Thank you for the look, Heroic. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so hold on. Oh, I see. I see. Fuck. I'm trying to something off. Did I save? And then we do the same thing here. Right, that's where the next one is. Nope. this one here to here. Nom nom nom. Okay, save. What if I kept going though? Oh, what else will we do if I stopped working here today and just dicked around until Kiwi was done? What we'd be doing if that's the case? I don't know. I forgot. What was I talking about? Oh, I could keep going. Right, I could keep going. I could keep editing. Kiwi's got 2 more scripts. Kiwi got 2 more scripts to do, right? I mean, if the other ones are short like that, it wouldn't be that bad. 2 more scripts. Get some. Alright, yeah, I could do that. Say probably this. Thorn underscore. What's the next one? Not that one. This one? Nope. This one. Anyway, 23. I think we are. Nope. What is that song I wanted to use for this? Like, what is it called? Looks like. Where's it going? I did you. Oop. Okay, so. This one. Alright, let's see how this works. Okay, this one would be super great if the subtitles work. Yes! Wait, it should be what? Boot. Wait. Loading. Ransom. Okie dokie. Okay, okay. Save, workspace, scripts, I don't have the thingy. Text. Generate. Cool. I'm trying to do this. 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 Hi, Moira. In the skin of the way we should. Always on. Save. Alright, the third one got done. Or, well, at least we did the first pass of it. Render. Why piss? Why we pissing? What we pissing for? What are we pissing for? Let me turn this off. Save. And then we can do the last one. Plug template. What is this last one? Alright. Wait, is this also like that? Oh, okay, I see. Let's do everythorn TCJK. Okay. Turn this one on. Opening it. The command has become my hall pass. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? I don't need a hall pass. You're in your own hall. You don't gotta ask me. Okay, and then no, I see why why they did this like this. So let's do it this. I'm gonna pop the bottom here. Yeah, and then this bottom one we'll put down here. Zoom it in. And this one. Ooh. This one. Where is it? Where's my biglin? Where's my biglin emote? Maincoow biglin? Where's it? There it is. Times like super strong. Hi, Andrea. Okay, if after this, I'm gonna start doing my lore stuff. How you doing? After this, yeah, we're gonna edit our lore stuff. Because Andre gave me an idea. Okay, it's like right here. I'm EP but good. I'm glad. Oh, I'm good. I'm getting through a lot. I got through a lot of this one person ordered like four clip edits, and so I'm doing that. So I was like, I'm surprised I got 4. I thought I was just gonna get through 1 today, but they're actually really quick. Delete this. Oh, okay, so let's do. Wait. So we'll go. Okay, and then so we're gonna modify this a little bit. So add track. I'm gonna modify it so that way it says. Right here. So now it'll do the. Add track. I'm so confused. So them saying please do needs to come in sooner. So it's like, and then this part would we want the so we want the one. Then we go here. I gotta undo all these. Do it this week. So what this is. Let's see, on my bed. Where does that come up? Oops. One, and then oops. Cool. Wait, I don't. Oh, I realized I didn't have to keep it for so long. What is happening here? Hello, Taylor. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Okay, what is... Oh, give it. Now. And then giggle, and then this one, and then... So we can go... Whoa! That's not what I want to do. What do you edit clips? Make me miss editing clips on life. I'm editing this. Oh, I'm sure it's like a world of difference. Because you're telling a story, whereas I'm just memeing. I'm so sweet. Do I want this part though? If I clipped it like this, how would that go? What if we went? I'm trying to see how this would feel. The trick in any art is not to take care of yourself take yourself too seriously, but know what you're capable of. True. I miss making meme shit post edits so much. Well, you could do that as a weekly thing. Just find someone's like clips and just fuck them up. Make a meme. I feel like we could take this part out. Oh, welcome home. Welcome home. Alright, so let's do this one again. Oh, no, go back. Emotes. Huffing copium here. Hi, Meow. Let's see. This one. And Jacob the director, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I might regret it later, but it was yummy. What'd you get? Oh, wait, let's switch it. And this one, honey hot chicken. Oh, fuck. That sounds so good. I haven't had dinner yet because this is in a meeting, so we might have late dinner. Actually, what if I did it like this? Turn these on real quick. So maybe like this. So, yeah. I like it. This pixel's busy right now. He is in a meeting right now. He's in a big boy meeting right now. Wow, what's up, Quetzy? Archivist recently was interviewed on If Only V-Stars Made Research This Easy. Huh? V-Stars would be easier if I did the people that had a wiki. Put the text on the boobies. Yeah. No, not the wiki. Yeah. There is a VTuber wiki. VTuber wiki. It'd be faster for research. I wonder if ARC is on here. Nope. Yeah. Like, the interview won't help me with V highlights since it's about them as an artist and their community. Just needs help organizing uncomplicated mover for my Edo from my PNG. I made for Edo from my uncomplicated. Oh, just separating it into categories: mood, pose, clothing, and vibes. Because vibes can be color, vibes can be anything. Pose can be like poses that you like. Mood though is more like expressions that they would do that you can take from other characters and stuff. Hi, Momo. Ito. Yeah, Ito, that's the person that did Ferosia stuff, right? Alright, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would say do pose. Pose is a big one. Mood, so like what expression you want. Clothing is a good one. I'm trying to think what else is good. Don't ask me, I do everything as a spider web of notes and links and reference to when I need them. That's valid. But yeah, at the very least, character reference, pose, mood, so facial expressions, and then yeah, I think I forget. The closest thing I've done to a mood board are some old world building TikToks and a ref sheet for cover art. Give it. My just show you how chaotic it is. Want a snack, but no snack in the house? Any fruit? I think the PNG of the collage, but it's big. I need to file share it. Yeah, you can do it in categories. Categories is the best. No? What about a sweet drink? Can you make some lemonade? Not that one. No. Oh, yeah. Usually when I want a treat, but I don't have any food in the house, I just have a drink. So it give me same happy brain. just another lonely night. Fry air with an air fryer so you have crunchy air to snack on. Ooh, I like that one. I want to listen to the beginning of the song again. Hold on. Sure, I'll do that. Hell yeah. Crunchy air. Alright, I'm gonna do the thing I do when people say things multiple times. Okay. Alright, this one will go here. This one can go here. Word sorry looks weird now. Okay, wait. This one? Which one is all the way out there? Where is it? Where is it? There you go. Hey, the head pap and the wellness check. Let me use some water. Have you heard of a bread sandwich or ice soup? I feel like I did this wrong. Words. There you go. Well, I think that's pretty good. I can just render those all. Woo! I wonder if I could. Do you think I could render them right now? I mean, they're not hard. They're not hard videos. It'd be pretty cool if I could. I don't think I will, though. I'm gonna try it. How are we doing on this cookies? Okay. Worst case scenario, and it's probably not that bad, is I'll record these tomorrow. Or I could do some now and some tomorrow. I might do... I could do it tomorrow, and then I'll just wake up earlier, because I need to wake up earlier anyway. Ooh, hold on, let me blur this. I don't want to expose your secrets. God damn, this is big. Why didn't you put it on a pure ref? You should put this shit on a pure ref. Pure refs are great. I opened it twice. It's loading. Pure Ref is a website where you can have reference boards and they won't kill the amount of stuff you have. Yeah. Put that in the toolbox. I don't think I have that in the toolbox. Pure Ref, my beloved, I know, right? Yeah, I would definitely organize these because definitely some are like, oh, this is a mood board. Or like this reference is because I want this emotion in mine. And then other ones are like, I like it because I like the colors. And then were you just going to do more contract work and editing tomorrow? Yes, sir. I want to reduce the images by half. Yeah, I would definitely, if there's redundant pose remove redundant poses because I can already see a few. I would say have 2 to 3 examples per category. And the categories being mood, emotion, color. Color can be more though. Color, specific per character, and then mood, vibes, anything that inspires, character, portrays personality of character. And there's one more, pose. Helps. Know what pose you want. Personality are showing through body language. Those are the 4 I would break it down into personally. It's pure. No, it's free. You can donate to it if you want, but it's free. But yeah. And then you can also have one more must-have. I would say one more. I gotta write this down for myself. Put this in my brain. Or must-haves. So like how you have like tattoos and stuff. Well, that could also be with a ref. But like if there's any must-haves, like you must have sharp fangs. Like one of your examples has is like the mouse sharp fangs. You have to have those. Like just put that in there. Or like the nose. If you want the nose to be like, the nose has to be angled like that. Then like you put that in there. Key elements that must be portrayed. Okay, now that's in my brain, so I never lose it. But yeah, that's what I would suggest personally. Alright. Let's see if this will work. I don't think it will though. To King. Mesoamerican. Yeah, so if that's like a must-have, which I'm sure it is, you put that in the must-have category. Like, for me, if I had to break, like, if I had it, like, an example, I think I have, like, a ref. So here's, like, a basic one. So there's my reference that has the colors, and then vibes are for me already in here. And then must-haves are like right here. I have my must-haves. Like my thingies and my nose pin and my cow. And then a lot of times I'll ask them to please make me fluffy. And then for like pose and vibe can go together a lot. So it's like references, references. Like this one, for example. This has the vibe that I want, which is a sleepy golden afternoon, but also has a pose that I want. So it's important that like you have the bare minimum to get those categories across. Would be my best practices. And if you need more information or if you want me to check it more later, I can. Alright, I might kill my computer. Let's see. Hog. Second one was hard, but I'll do that after this. I just want to make sure that this rendered out right. Okay. This one. To a mob. What's a mob to a king? What's a king to a god? What's a god to a non-believer? Master, adder, indicator. These ones are like super short. Video editing. No. This one. Yeah. Yeah, I think my brain thinks I want to record tomorrow morning. That way, Kiwi doesn't feel time restricted. I can do it tomorrow morning, and it'll motivate me to get up earlier. Because I keep waking up at noon, and I want to wake up at like 11. 11 is good. Okay, download a pure ref. Fuck yeah. Commissions, everything. TJK. When did they get a license? Huh? Who? Roo? Get out me mom's car? BLT? Oh, they don't. They're driving illegally. You can guarantee that this is illegal. Right? You're okay. If you do it in the morning, you can also mess up as much as you want without any eyes. That's true. I mean, I don't really mind.
I got it from Chuck E. Cheese.
Very cool. Well, those fangies are scary. I like them. Aren't they cool? I like them a lot. Really cool. They're like a snake devil monster. Alright, cool. Alright. I'll send them so I don't forget. Sexy. What do you think? You give Melina from Mortal Kombat to shame? I can see that. Uh-oh, Monster Girl. Okay, so that's done. I'll do that in the morning. We're good with this one. Save. Okay, now we're gonna have a little fun and we're gonna edit. We're gonna edit our lore video. I'm gonna do a rough cut though, I think is my plan. Super rough basic cut, because like, I don't know how I want to do it yet. Wait, no. I want... Oh, man. This is gonna be lore. Yeah, okay. Lore V4? Yeah, because that's the V4 up. The 4.0 debut. Okay. I don't like how tall this is. With this hole. Okay. On the road. Oh fuck, I forgot to get a fucking ID card. You can get one tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday. And you're not working tomorrow. So, pog. You know? I keep this in my downloads. No, I put it away. I did. I put it into the right folder. 43. I'm gonna call it V4 just so my brain's all good to go. I didn't mean to open it. Okay. We also need to download the song. I download the song. I want... What is the stage version? Oh. What is this one? Oh, wait, what? I like this one. This one's, sorry, I didn't mean to yell. This one's, like a choir. It's a choir singing, which I like. I don't know if I'll keep it. I might keep it to the singular Meryl Streep one, just because the Meryl Streep one, is what I kind of planned around. I'm too busy. I'm too fucking clean. Only get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. Oh man, this is gonna be like my longest video edit ever. Fuck. Okay, so it goes. I have to like rewatch this now. So start here. You probably that would be good, or put it on your phone. Put it on a notepad on your phone. Chat and wife, do I sneak downstairs and steal their chips and sauce? Yes! And if they're like, what are you doing? Just be like, sustenance, and then run away. I love this program already. Pog, I'm glad you like it. Hey, it's a valid question. Sometimes you don't want to go down and bug me. I can add notes and draw on it. Mm-hmm. My Vex is being mean. It's okay, I'll pond him. Oh, fuck. I don't know where this goes. Because I know where... No, wait, no, oh, boom! Nope, you're gone. No, I don't like it. I don't like it anymore. They get too high. Their notes get too high with it. AI cover. Damn. Get out of here. I don't want this one. The way you did that was perfect, like literally into my ear together. I'm glad. Get in there. Oh, fuck. And set on an early bird. Before I say a word. It's okay, Vex. Don't cry. I'll bring you back. Don't worry. Alright, let's do this one. But this would also start. Make him walk. Man, I should have flipped my tail down. I didn't think about that. I love you so much. I meant to ask last week, but forgot. It's okay. Last week was very good. And optimize, yep. Yep. God damn, this is loud. Alright, I think my brain is good. I think I get it. This is my op now, understandable. I have an op, oh my god. Okay, we'll just do the picture now. Oh wait, no. And this one up here. Right here. Okay. Okay, so this. Okay, we'd fade it in, so it would go. Okay, and then effects. Top it. Cross dissolve. Here, so let me. Oops. Okay, so we do that one, so it goes. You guys are funny. I don't know if I want to do it like this or if I'm gonna zoom in on each frame. I might. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I have to do it like this? Oh, man. I forgot. Oh, man. Ah, fuck. I fucked up. This is this one. So it would be so this one. Oh my god, Emmy's to Lovers, my favorite. My favorite trope, guys. So it goes. What if it was like this? So it goes. Can you give a song request? Get lost in the dark. Okay, so wait. Go. Let's do it like this. Let's do. If you get lost in the dark of the sea, I will wait at the shore for you. I will weather a storm What if I can add my student ID to my watch? Probably not, but it's cool. Probably not. But that would be cool. Ooh, this bit is off. You get lost in the sea. God, I hate heart attack. I thought the day. Oh God, I just had a heart attack. I thought the day I added class to my schedule was the start day. Poor Vex. Is this hard? Because I can't tell. Let's do it like this. This is speeding music. This is speeding music. And this one. Bottom. 4, 1, 2. Oh, this is what the song is about? Miku Miku Bee. And this one is. You have to kick that shit into gear.
Kicking that shit into gear.
Okay, now I gotta fucking do this one the same way. Bottom. Right. Gotta give you credit after a 10-hour stream. I got annoyed, watched online. What? Gotta give you credit. Another 10-hour stream. I get annoyed, watched online or off for more than 30 minutes. That's valid. I mean, I'm just doing what I do, you know? I'm just doing what I do. Up top. Right. And then this one. Wait. So wait, it goes that one, that one, that one. And then the 3. I'm just gonna scoot this way for now. Okay. Bottom. Top right. This one. Top left. Everyone has their own limits. I'm gonna miss my second econ class meeting. Woo. What? Why are you missing it? Why are you missing it? What am I missing? What's happening? Being missed? And then this one, right? So it goes. I gotta do it again, okay. Ah, it's this part. I'm going to. Understandable. Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Or then. This one. right, on the left, and then this one is going to be a crop top, and then crop. Ooh. Okay. Start for you are, whether it's just oh, my brain. Nice. I like that. Okay, so I see where it's like, I'm off. I had 0C, just spent too much on travel insurance. Not a fan of places without free healthcare. Understandable. Good night. Maybe it should be like this. So it's just, standing by there, take your time. And then this goes here. Oh wait, wait. And this. Okay. The thing I noticed about this program is that it doesn't lower the quality of image. Yep. Oh, I want this to be here and then go here. Wonder why it did with other programs, because the way they save the file is different. It's rasterizing, is it, where this isn't. shore for There you go. Oh, this is gonna be so much more work than I planned it to be. Oh, yikes. And then this would be Finn. Yeah. So she would have this to be Finn. Or to be continued. Okay. Okay. I think I got the timing of it at least okay. So I think this is where I'll end stream for today. And I will. We're gonna do which one is yours? Volume is similar. Pog! I'm gonna get my welcome kit after I order mine. That I'm excited for. Again. Alright, let's go raid somebody. Cause my head hurt. My head doesn't hurt, it just feels a bit like, oh, Heroic. Oh, we raided Heroic last time though. Who else is streaming? Who else is streaming? Thank you, Lay. We're so productive today. Yeah. We were all productive. Who are we gonna go raid? Who are we gonna go raid? Heroic, Jellybean, Alchemist. Who else is streaming? Oni Melly? What the fuck? What do you mean I'm not following them? We're gonna go raid them. They're doing their friends. So go have fun with them. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Got an Aussie Goblin doing art. I'm doing Oni Melly. But send me them, and if they're streaming tomorrow, I'll raid them tomorrow. Give me their name and DMs. Here's a raid message. If you don't want to use it, that's fine. But if you do use it, I appreciate it. So they know where you came from. And they know that we have a nice little community going on over here. But I love you guys. Enjoy time with Oni Melly. They're an amazing artist. And they're really, really cute. So go have fun with them. Kiwi, you better be sending that name to me in DM so I can have a list. Because I feel like I don't have a long list. Thank you for stream pointer. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. My pointer is. Thank you. I love you. I love everybody. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today again. And go have fun over there. Mwah. Goodbye.